Alright, so the first thing we'll do for this run, we'll go on PoE.re. Like a really convenient website. Also saves your cookies, so that's kind of nice. Essentially what it does is like you can make a reject. So for example, if I want to find a triple green or a double green red or movement speed boots, I just tick those things and then I say copy, and then anytime I go to the vendor in town, I control F, control V, and it puts that into the search bar. It basically highlights anything that, you know, satisfies these criteria. So that's really nice. Also, you can do like any links for links, like if you wanted to do something like that, right? So I could do something like this. So that when I get into like Act 3, I can start looking at the vendor and seeing if there's any for links. Yeah, so we just copy that. Make sure I turn on my timer. The 5-link one. I don't think 5 links exist while leveling. I have never found one myself. Let me get my timer going real quick. Live split, yeah. Alright. One more sip of coffee and then we run. No, I'm just gonna stick to Act 1 doing Galvanic Arrow. I think Galvanic Arrow is, for me, the most comfy. People say Burning Arrow, but I kind of wanted to try Burning Arrow with Mana Forged Arrow, but it depends on whether I have the gem sockets for it. Alright. Here we go. Hopefully we find some, hopefully we don't get screwed on RNG this time. We reached a guide on which gems to choose during the axe. Yeah, so for every max roll guide that I write for League Starter, Tai Killer also comes through and writes the leveling for them. I always like to make my offhand also, you know, put like move only on like A and left click, because sometimes, you know, when you have to like swap things to your offhand when you want to like level gems and whatnot, if you don't have like your move only and stuff, like you can actually get a little bit screwed up. I'm gonna try to stand still as much as possible so at least we proc momentum. I feel like it's such a useless gem, but definitely don't want to be equipping that while we go to town. Selling everything here. And then we can just paste. We buy Galvanic Arrow and then we can just paste this. And of course we don't find anything, but we do find a Serrated Arrow Quiver. So we equip that, because Serrated Arrow Quivers are actually insane. Also, since I do have 3 Scrolls of Wisdom, I can buy an Iron Ring, which is huge. So even just like Iron Ring and the Quiver is gonna give me like huge DPS increase. We want to go Galvanic Arrow, but this one I can't use till level 4, so a couple of levels away. In versus Far Shot, honestly you can't even compare. You have to go Far Shot. Alright, we got a pretty decent layout here, honestly. Oh, armor scrap, what the hell? Oh my god, a 3-link. We don't want to wear that just now, but those are good colors. We want those so we can get like, we can put our ballista in there or our main link, and we put added chance to bleed. Sorry, that gives a bunch of fizz damage, so that's pretty good. What the hell? Time to break some eggs. Hopefully not get our knees broken as well in the process. This zone, if the more gear you're wearing, the safer you are, by the way. So equip everything, you know, put a chest on. My chest kind of sucks. Ideally, you want like an armor chest to reduce the physical damage from these rows. Yeah. Also, I feel like it's kind of like pointless to try to run away from them. Just actually like, you know, like shoot them. Otherwise, you just die half the time in mudflats. I used to try to get greedy and try to like rush this zone and would die all the time because of it. Oh boy, we almost got ganked there. If I got stunned by like those extra charging ones, I would have died. I got everything we need. At this point you can like take this off, you don't really need it. So you get a little bit of increased movement speed. It doesn't really matter, like you shouldn't worry about any of those things, honestly. It's such like small minor speed changes that it's honestly not gonna matter at all in the grand scheme of things. Unless you're of course trying to shave off minutes off of your time. But I think most people are in the stage where they want to shave off hours, right? And I feel like if you just do a couple practice runs, you'll probably end up shaving off hours. So if that thing goes up, like if there's a little hill, as soon as you walk in, you want to turn around and go up to the other side. This is the one layout where I'm 100% sure that it's better to just turn around. But if you do that, then you should be like right here somewhere. I really want to pick up as many wisdom scrolls and as many items as possible at the start. Because, yeah, for obvious reasons. So yeah, he's right here. So it's only like slightly faster to go around, but it's still faster, so. Galvanica already does like a lot of damage versus this guy. It's really, really good. I get a rare serrated quiver, which is actually insane. Always pick up the portal scroll, because otherwise you're screwed. I want a vendor here, take our quicksilver, and I buy Mirage Archer as well. And on top of that, I think I'm gonna also buy a Chance to Bleed. So I get Mirage Archer, Chance to Bleed, and I can put that in my chest. Which is super, super sick. And then I also buy Shrapnel Ballista. I'm actually not sure if Shrapnel Ballista is supported by Prismatic. What I'll do is I'll just vendor all this stuff. And I'll also buy this, because I do have a blue socket here, so may as well. I would have preferred to be level 4, so look how close I am to level 4. If I was level 4, I could have equipped the Quicksilver and I could have equipped the movement ability. Right, and so I would have come out of the out of town with charges on them. But because I didn't, I kind of got screwed, right? The first thing you want to do is definitely equip your movement ability. Otherwise you're like kind of in trouble. Then we're gonna that back there, but my my bars got screwed here, so it's kind of unfortunate. That here. I feel like for me, this is like the hardest part about like trying to be decent at this game. Is having like good inventory management while still walking around and stuff. It's like really, really hard for me. It's by far the hardest thing about like leveling. Like equipping stuff while walking around and killing stuff without dying. For me, that's like by far. As soon as you find this bridge, you want to drop a portal because you actually want to be going, you know, forward while there's going to be a passive skill point on the left side here of the map. But we're going to go look on the top right for the exit. The exit might actually be on the bottom left. I can't really tell which way. Yeah, okay, ends up being on the left. So once we go through, we want to equip some stuff so we can go Sniper's Mark here. I ended up getting another 3-link, which is actually kind of unethical. So we're just going to do that. I'm going to drop Momentum because I never want to see the skill gem ever again. And I have Shrapnel Ballista, and when I go to town I can buy an added cold. And chance to bleed, basically. Later on, chance to bleed is going to be changed with elemental damage with attack skills. But that's in quite a while still, so... Alternatively, what I can do is I could also... Oh no. See, you see what I mean? That's exactly what I said my problem is. It's like getting distracted by my inventory and then just dying. Okay. I think my links are fine, like my sockets are just fine at this point. Ooh, an alteration. Actually, it's probably worth having died there because I get an alteration. Like unironically, that's like really sick. I'm gonna need a ton of those later. Cope. That was all part of the plan. Momentum is like really sad of a gem. I definitely have to like look for better flasks. Dude, am I the only one that... I feel like this mouse, like the pointer of it doesn't actually click where it's supposed to. Like I clicked on that chest, but my character just walked around it. I can't be... like I must be going crazy or something. I really need that large mana flask. Mana flask is absolutely massive. I am not schizo. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to put the ballista. Ballista is going to be like some extra damage for the Brutus. Alright, so we got closed up there. I could technically ID that bow, but I don't really think I'm gonna get anything useful. What the hell? What a weird looking layout. Oh, so you think it's misaligned as well, the mouse? I kind of need this, because if I ever drop a bow, I need like greed essence. I don't want the greed essence, I just need an essence so I can alchemy my... It's like basically just I'm gonna use it like an alchemy, right? Even though like greed is like kind of grief. I'm pretty sure it gives you a prefix, but yeah. Yellow bow is always better than a white bow. Skipping waypoints is not really wise because on League Start there's a high likelihood of you crashing. So while in practice you're saving time, on League Start you might be like screwing yourself. No Caustic Arrow? I personally prefer going Galvanic Arrow. Caustic Arrow is really good though. Here we're gonna go back to town, you know how we put that portal earlier? Here we're gonna take that bow cluster. You know, if you would use your essence on a belt or a bow, I would always prioritize a bow personally. But belt is a good option because also belt later on you can vendor with a whetstone and make a bow. But I don't like doing the recipe personally. I think that's just maybe just like a personal preference though. Why don't you use Caustic Arrow? Because I prefer Galvanic personally. Oh, I really want this shrine because yeah, it gives me like big shocks. The chain belt is pretty good. It's gonna be like, I'm gonna deal like a lot more damage to this dweller here. Because of the shrine. First we want to curse him. Over ballista and then just blast his ass. Big damage. And we get a transmute and a bunch of rare items. That's huge. At a cold, I'm gonna take that, I'm gonna put it in the gloves, and I'm gonna purchase a chance to bleed as well. Let's see if I can buy a I think it's worth spending a transmute for this, because right now I don't have enough strength to actually level up my gems. So we're gonna ID that as well. Mine is better. And everything else sucks. We just vendor everything, including this, and then we're gonna paste our rejects in here again. 3-link bowl, it's got some damage, transmute, so maybe I should have checked the vendor before. But yeah, it would be nice to actually have that bow. I'm gonna see if there's another one though that I can... Okay, there's nothing there, but maybe if there's boots... No, there's no boots that I can use the essence on. I'm kind of hoping that the bow stays there, because that's a pretty good bow for Act 1. If I can buy that bow for an extra transmute, then we're chilling. So the vendor only refreshes I think 20% of his items now every time you level up, so the likelihood of it staying is pretty high, honestly. I have a transmute? Yeah, but the bow costs 2. Loot filter, you can find my loot filters, type !filters. Using the SSF bow early one. Basically it has like bow progression all the way until end game. But it hides every single base that is not an evasion or evasion armor base. And it hides all weapons that are not bows, so be mindful of that. If you ever actually want to do anything with those bases. So since I need a transmute, I'm gonna pick up like rare and blue items here. Is that 3-link? That's not 3-link, I got baited. I don't know if I said it already, but I have written this guide for max roll, but it's under review. It's being looked at by both Grimmer and Tai, and then it's gonna get reviewed for like language and stuff. And then it's gonna come out. In this layout, you always want to go check the right side, because if it's open on the right side, it's 100% chance that the exit is gonna be on the right. Now, whether it's top right or like a little loop or whatever the fuck, like that really depends. I am not like a very good layout reader myself. I just kind of, you know, like, yeah, try my best at remembering things, but not off by like practice. I just kind of, I played the axe this many times that I kind of get like a feel for it. So yeah, always check the right side when you're in the upper prison, and then if it's open there, then you continue right. And then it's either top right or it's gonna go like in a loop, kind of. Yo, this song is such a banger. Yo, Clay. Thank you for subbing, bro. I really appreciate that. Thank you, dude. I don't know why my alerts are not on, but let me turn those on. Alright. Make sure you snipers mark your boy. And then look at that damage, honestly. It's kind of like absolutely unethical. And I don't have like a mana flask, so... But luckily I can just, you know, basically one-shot him. And we actually got a sapphire ring, so we're gonna keep that for Mervale. That's a really good ring to have. Here we check in with her. Vendor everything and try to get our transmute. Yo, I love you guys. Thank you so much for the subs. You guys are way too kind. Thank you, man. And then we can buy our bow. That's actually huge. This bow is gonna be like so much damage in comparison to our old one. And I kind of want to see if there's some boots that I can buy. I want them to have like at least a few links, but unfortunately there isn't, so I'm gonna move on here. Also, Frostblink is like way better than Dash, so I'm gonna buy Frostblink. Prismatic Arrow is useless. Sniper's Mark is good. There we go. Yo. First to 5, thank you for the sub, dude. And Apex, thank you, bro. Archkate, you guys are way too kind. I appreciate it. I got kind of spooned this run. I got like actual good items for once in my life. Woke up today and pathofexile chose love, not violence. Actually feels good, man. Okay, now I get Frostblink and I replace it here. I'm not really sure how to read this layout either, but yeah. Oh, holy shit. Holy moly. Ah, there we go. So now I just gotta find where Dash is and we drop it on the floor. We never want to see it again. It's the worst skill gem in the entire game. So we got Dash and we got Blink Arrow. And now we're gaming. Okay, never mind, we're not gaming. Just... Okay, hear me out. Blink Arrow is good later. Right now, it's not that good. But once you get attack speed, it actually starts being pretty decent. I swear. I promise. You can do like a cool combo like this, watch. Wait, I did it the other way around, whoops. What is this? Please don't kill me. I need the augment. Hello. Like this. Boom, you see that? That's dopamine right there. Alright, so we found the exit. So that means that the cave is somewhere where we haven't looked. I'm gonna pass through here. The 3-link boots? Why is there so much blue items? What is going on, man? What I'm gonna do actually is I'm gonna use this essence, try to get movement speed. I didn't get it, so now I'm gonna go cry. What shrine is that? Shrine. I mean, that's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, like, I personally feel like Rain of Arrow is not as good as Galvanic on Mervale, but I do change to Rain of Arrows after. Galvanic is like really strong for Mervale. Let's see if I can actually get the skip. Never mind. Like, it's so hard to actually not get frozen by air, it's so annoying. Here it's probably, because of EU loading times, probably better to just like walk the Furgraves instead of portaling out. By portaling out I mean logging out. Never port out. At least in the early acts. Do you want to save your portals for when you need them? Also that heavy belt is looking kinda juicy. Looking kinda hot, I'm not gonna lie. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go pick it up just real quick. While my ballistas do all the work. Strength early is like very hard to come by. Big damage. We log out here and then we want to go into Mervale. It's time. Rain of Arrows, which you don't want to pick up. You definitely don't want to pick up Toxic Rain. If you accidentally pick up Toxic Rain, just delete your account, because, you know,
Still alive,
yuck.
farewell.
Start Jover. I've collected all T1 emotes. Holy. Like, actually, streamer benefits. You just pray for a good bow or crafted recipe. So what I do is I usually try to look for essences and then use those on whatever bow I can find. So I show all the bow bases and then, yeah. If you don't, then yeah, you kind of want to try to go for the recipe, but ideally, like, you don't have to do that ever. Most of the time, I'll even just, like, run with a white bow. Instead of doing the recipe, because doing the recipe is kind of a massive pain in the ass. This is the nice thing about Blink Arrow as well, is that, like, you know, you can blink over these gaps once you get to the Caverns of Anger. Whereas you couldn't do that if you didn't have Blink Arrow, so definitely something that you want to have slotted by this point. Oh, okay, that was close. Like this, for example. Holy moly. Like that. See? That was sick. My phone is like on a buzzing spree. I got a sapphire ring, so I'm kind of gaming. Look at this damage. We're popping off, boys. Just gonna scream now. I wish this boss had boobs, like the one in PoE 2. Maybe I'd actually like it then. Our arrow quiver, it's pretty good. I think 25 minutes Act 1 is not the worst. It's not the best, but not the worst. We're going to pick up one skill point. I will get the skill point later. You know when you get that thing called the Way Forward, the quest? Yeah, you go back to Act 1 to grab your skill point then, and that's when I grab both of them. What the heck? So yeah, again, I'm just gonna pick up an essence because essencing your bow or essencing boots is probably the difference between having movement speed and not having movement speed. And I missed the skill point. So here I want to walk towards precise technique. And I can change to Rain of Arrows instead of Galvanic. Priority here is gonna be actually... Okay, kind of bad. First of all, we're gonna look for the cave here so that we can get our second Quicksilver. The way I go about this usually, I just like walk down this road. And then I kill Gneiss, because this, if you don't kill Gneiss on League Start, you're actually griefing. There you go. Now you have a good luck omen. You can move on with your life. So as soon as you see the cavern, you drop a portal, right? And you keep walking towards the exit. But if you don't find it, the likelihood is that it's gonna be like over here on the map, kind of. So walk towards the left side of the map, but if you don't find it, it's gonna be at the bottom. So you drop a portal right before you take the crossroads waypoint. I still don't have movement speed boots, so I'm kind of very big sad. Because my character's walking in slow motion. You take this waypoint and you want to port back to town. And you take your thing back. And I want to check the vendor, just in case he has movement speed for me. And since he doesn't, I'm gonna cry.
Return if you must.
Alright. Now we just want to look for the bear. Not to be mistaken with the bear from that new game everybody's playing, the Baldur's Gate. And now we get the Quicksilver and we can actually have like a little bit of a faster pace. Make sure you ID it before you move on, because if you don't ID it, then it's not ID'd. And we don't want that. But yeah, no, basically if you equip it while you're in town, you get the charges for it, right? And I got a less duration flask, which is actually disgusting. And I used an alteration and I went to... I got triple less duration, so I'm just like literally gonna uninstall the game now. It's like actually so unfortunate. I would rather like literally anything but that. We take the comparable, you never know, maybe we can like actually craft that into something useful. Better mana flask, always welcome. Increase recovery rate, we're gonna swap that for this. So we don't need more than one mana flask because we took Primal Spirit, I think is what the note is called. And what that says is that you gain life gain on hit. Mana gain on hit, sorry, I mean. This one here, right here. When you use mana flask recently. It means that you click it and then basically you get mana gained on hit. I think it's for like 5 or 10 seconds or something like that. So it's kind of OP. And that's how you mana sustain early without really needing a mana flask. Is it recently? Okay, 4 seconds. If you want to do this trial, it's always either going to be like right here where I am right now. Or if this way is blocked, then you want to go up instead. Up and then left. And then the exit will be top right if that's the case. Well, it's like kind of hard to visualize, but yeah. Just walk down always here. And if it's blocked, then walk back up and go left. But if it's open here and you find the trial there, then the exit will be at the bottom right here somewhere. And what you're looking for is like these little like dimples in the map, because that kind of shows you where the way forward is. So yeah, playing with like map overlay is kind of OP. God, you see what I mean? Those two nipples? That's the way forward. Your phone is a bait. Yeah, it's my family chat. I think my mom got a new phone, so she's excited. Bless. I'm just gonna put it on something soft so it doesn't vibrate quite as loudly. Oh, it just fell off. Oh, what the heck? There we go. Should be okay. Here I want to grab Herald of Ice. This like unique is like kind of bad, honestly. It's like not as good as you think it is. It's kind of absolutely terrible, but you know, we'll take it. Here, it's up to you whether you go next, where you want to go for the Weaver's Chamber or for this trial, but I like to do this trial so that like my level stays. It's just basically just to get some XP that I prefer to go this way, because this zone is like lower level than the Weaver's Chamber. For your Ballista, you're looking for a triple green or a green green red, and that's the same for your main links. If you have a triple green, you go for a Ballista, faster attacks, added cold. If you have a green green red, you go for Ballista, Ballista added cold, and chance to bleed. And on your main 3 link, then you're gonna go for Mirage Archer added cold or Mirage Archer chance to bleed. And later on, once you get a decent elemental bow, That's when you swap that to elemental damage with attacks instead. Yo, Kitos, thank you for the sub, bro. I appreciate it. And trains end. Yeah, just look at the. I made a POV for Impending Doom, so just look at it. It pretty much explains everything. Make sure you swap between the early, mid, and late game variants. I think Impending Doom is going to be one of the best builds next league. Impending Doom is absolutely fucking cracked. The reason I say that is because Balance of Terror is back, first of all. And secondly, because yeah, I mean, it's just a good build. I don't know what to say. But yeah, Balance of Terror is like 20% more damage, 25 even. Essence of Woe. Okay, Woe is actually good for quivers. But not really for anything else. Just the quiver thing. I'm still kind of desperate for some boots with movement speed. And an alteration orb to get rid of my less duration on my flask. I'm gonna go look for that essence as well. Like, essences early are just broken. Another Woe. Like, honestly, I'm not very happy about Woe. I wish it wasn't Woe. Like, anything but Woe, like Hatred, Anger, Wrath. Those are like my best essences. And I almost died. But we also take like Contempt and stuff like that. This zone took way too long. I had to actually like explore half of the zone. Chromatic Orb, drop behind us, that's kind of whatever, honestly. Alright, so we get out of here. Yeah, I can't wait till next week either. I'm gonna ID this stuff because I need alteration orbs. Now this is gonna be not less duration. Finally, we did it. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna Essence of Greed this, and I didn't get movement speed. I don't know, chat. Like, I don't know what to say. Anyways. Sometimes lucky, sometimes not, I guess. We definitely want Einhar on our side, so we click him. Now I get Precise Technique, and basically now I'm dealing 40% more damage. So things start being pretty good at this point. Guys, Socket Herald of Ice. Put that into these boots. Yeah. I kind of want to grab that for Alteration. Don't kill Gneiss? No, you have to kill Gneiss. If you don't kill Gneiss, your league is gonna be terrible. Trust me. Green red body armor, and it's a good base, so I take it, and I'll use a Woe Essence on it. And it became an absolute pile of steaming dog shit, but it's fine. Oh, rare boots. This is the Gneiss Blessing. Movement speed. See? Praise be the Gneiss. And a transmute. Like here I'm like sort of panicking because there's so many mobs around me and I'm trying to like manage my inventory and do all this kind of stuff. And this is what I'm bad at. And this is what you will see, like people like Tai, like what they'll do so smoothly and they make it look easy. But it's, in my opinion, it's by far the hardest thing to do in Path of Exile. There is no harder thing in PoE than doing like this. Like, you see how I'm moving my mouse as well? It's because like I want my character to keep walking in a certain direction, and every time I move my mouse that direction, I tap A, right? So I can do things while like things are on my mouse. But like if you were to like left click, then you'd be screwed. So like yeah, that's why you bind A, and that's why you do that. And you can also move while your passive tree is open, you see. So that is why you bind like force move to a key, and why this is hard as well. Anyways, I forgot to mention a tip there, but when you find the waypoint, the Weaver chamber is always on the opposite side of the waypoint. So there's the road, the waypoint is going to be on the right or the left side. And if the waypoint is on the right side of the road, then the Weaver's chamber is on the left and Alira is on the right. Make sure you guys note that down. There's going to be a test later. And I think right here, I think I got screwed because of the Val set area, but hopefully not. Hopefully it's like the Weaver chambers right here. I don't really know how Val set area affects zones too much. I just know it affects them. Okay, I'm like actually kind of glad that it's here. So I want to curse him, and I ended up cursing his friend. And I don't know why I don't have Herald of Ice active, but there we go. Yeah, we're already dealing like really good damage. So here, after you grab Precise Technique, you want to go for Graceful Assault. Because this is going to give you Onslaught on Kill. And Onslaught on Kill, I mean, I can't understate how good Onslaught is. 20% attack speed and movement speed. So, this is the reason why Ranger and Duelist are so strong early on. Because they get Onslaught. Vendor everything. And of course we want to check again if there's like anything with our rejects. There's not. And this is when we start to killing the bandits. And with this build, you kill all bandits. And with like 99.5% of other builds, well, you kill all bandits. Alira is actually like a good contender early on. Because you get like 15% resistance and some mana regeneration, but I think her respec cost is like too high to justify like taking her for just a campaign personally. And you know, yeah. If anything, like I would rather take the 2 passive skill points and take this resistance here, right? Survivalist, than take Alira. Because then at least later you don't have to respec, right? That's the way I think. You cannot kill him. He says help or kill. If you help him, he gives you a specific buff. But yeah, the only one that you would ever consider doing that with is Alira. Onslaught Corruption still. I don't know. Probably not. If the gem doesn't exist, then no. I really hate Venom Jar as a starter, right? I do, yeah. I think Venom Jar as a starter is awful. But that's obviously a personal opinion. I mean, like, it's a personal opinion. I say that because I don't want to, like, offend anyone. But honestly, if you compare it to, like, any other competent League starter, it's just that much worse.
Do some good for once in your sorry life, bandit.
You're offended? Fuck you, I guess. But yeah, that is my professional opinion.
Coming to an understanding.
Venom Jar is like one of my favorite skills in the game, though. It's just for League starter, it's rough. That's the only thing I mean. Yeah, it's legit like one of my favorite skills in the game. Oh. Okay, not even close. Zam.
I hate to pluck a pretty flower, even a poisonous one like you.
Onslaught soon. Pulse champ. Why is build over Lightning Arrow? This is Lightning Arrow, it's just we don't use Lightning Arrow until later in the game because Rain of Arrows is so strong. Rain of Arrows is just kind of, yeah, just very, very strong. I like to go Lightning Arrow once I grab additional projectiles from both Merciless Lab and the skill tree. And that's when, like, you don't have to use lesser multiple projectile, which is a less multiplier. So, yeah, I prefer doing it this way. So this is when we go here. You know how I told you earlier that we would come back here? Yeah, this is when we come back here. We get the 2 skill points from our boy. Boom, boom. And then since we did all of the bandits now, we go Act 2 and we go here. And we get a total of 5 skill points. Which is like super nice. Bam. And we get the Apex. Also, you go here and you get elemental damage with attacks from him. Trinity early is like really hard to get working. And I don't have an additional alteration because I used it all on my flask earlier, the flask incident. So I can't grab another one, but yeah, I would probably grab another one for my second setup. And actually, thank you chatter for reminding me. What I also want is Mana Forged Arrow with Frenzy. Which I also can't afford, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to Act 1 because I don't want to return back to Act 1 ever again. I'm gonna go buy Mana Forged Arrow, and as soon as I get an alteration, then I can go get Frenzy. Mana Forged Arrow, and I'm gonna put it here in my bow. And I don't want Blink Arrow in that. And also, we can put Herald of Ice here, and we take faster attacks, and we put faster attacks here with Blink Arrow. Bigger. Now that was a bit of a time waste, so see, these are places where, like, for example, where you could save time, right? If I thought ahead of time, I could have saved those seconds. But, you know how it is. Sometimes you make mistakes. And we definitely want to spend these skill points because that right there is massive. So we got the Onslaught now. So we should all of a sudden feel, like, way smoother. And then next I grab these bow points because we get enough accuracy now to, you know, pick up precise commander damage. It's really important. Got transmute. Put that there. Herald device, and I'm gonna put that in my helmet. Okay. Gems managed. Precise commander. I don't know where I got the precise commander thing from, but it's stuck in my head. Check out the pub list. I made a really nice Impending Doom POB. Also, I wrote the max roll guide for it last night, so coming soon. I want to grab 100 accuracy per green socket on your bow. So right now I only have 3, but that means that it's 300 flat accuracy, which is giga. So again, that means that we can use precise technique for much longer. I kind of hate this zone personally. I know like the general way that I'm supposed to go, but I don't know, it's like kind of really awkward. You tell Mac, I don't really speak to Ziz. Yeah, Grimro is like literally reviewing my lightning arrow. He's the one that's like looking over my gear and stuff for max roll. So if you don't know, the process for max roll reviewing is before a build even gets approved, we have someone on the team review it, and then after we write it, we have someone else review the content of it, and then we also have someone review the language of it. Also, I mean, like Ziz doesn't. Have you ever seen Ziz play a Deadeye? This reviews it too? Well, no, this is not on the actual team, so no. It would be like asking me to review a Juggernaut. Not really like super familiar with well, to be fair, honestly, like I think both Ziz and I have enough game knowledge to review anything. Because the mechanics are like, once you have a fundamental grasp on mechanics in this video game, you can basically like, yeah, you just understand everything regardless of the ascendancy. We should review builds. I mean, you meme about Quinn, but like he knows how to make good builds. He just likes to entertain more than succeed in the video game, I think. Right? He's an entertainer and he's fucking good at it. Yeah, I mean, exactly, like if he wanted to make good builds, like he could, right? Like I'm not even kidding. What the fuck is that? I should get one shot by bears.
I'm not up to that just yet.
He has at least 5% brain damage? I mean, which one of us doesn't? If he didn't have brain damage, he wouldn't be here. Let's be honest. Like practicing League Starter in your little video game. It's like, I gotta go faster. You know, I died because this guy had a haste aura, so they all attacked me at uber speed in comparison to what they normally would. That's fun. At this point, this is when you would get the movement speed. You didn't have it by now. I'm gonna use that woe essence on this. It is absolute garbage, so I will not use this bow. Okay, so this zone is like kind of deceptive. The first time you go up the stairs, you have to find the exit. It's random. People say like, oh, it's top right or it's top left. No, it's literally just random. But the second time you go up the stairs, that's when it's guaranteed to be on the opposite side. Did I ignore someone? What happened? I ignored Ziz? Uh-oh. Hello, Ziz. Chat, at me the message. Yeah, you wanted my Discord? Okay. It's just crouching _ Tuna. If you add me, I'll add you back. Epo shy. Alright. Love this fight. My favorite fight in the game. Cap. At this point, you definitely want to fill out live. The reason why I don't go live before this, by the way, which you probably should, so you don't get one shot like I did, just into the bears. But it's because of your precise technique and your main hand accuracy rating. You see this number here, 927? That needs to be higher than your life. Well, right now it's like way too high in comparison to my life, but yeah. My leveling filter is public. Yeah, it's called SSF Bow Early. At the moment, the one that I'm using, and this one's like strictly like a bow filter for like bow progression. Yeah. No, I never actually use precision in my runs. You get so much accuracy now. Oh, I wasn't like paying attention. I clicked my mana flats too many times. You get so much accuracy on the passive skill tree now. because of the masteries and stuff, so... Option to wipe everything in mid-league. That's why I play SSF. I got a 4 link. That doesn't usually happen. I play SSF so because I can like migrate all and then I have a fresh start. So 53-minute Val is honestly not a good time. It's okay, but you know, I think it's okay. I'm like really honestly not that good at doing this. I don't think I can use this though. 72 flat. I mean it's still more damage than my current bow. And at this point I'm not dealing so much elemental damage to where like boosting elemental damage with attacks or anything like that is worth it, so it's probably actually worth using it. Make sure you don't leave her hanging, because if you do, then yeah, she's not gonna be in town and that's devastating. I had the correct one. Let me grab the waypoint here and I'll check. You did, yes. There we go. I got you. I got so much stuff in my inventory at the moment, it's kind of bad. I think we get like a lot more resistance if we use the 2-stone ring. So... My second build of the league will be Nimbus Molten Strike. Wait, does Nimbus work? Like, I don't know why, like, it just works like normally, like Venture Cascade did, right? That's OP, man. Okay, I know I can make this. Let's go. Let's do it, dude. Pending doing big changes. It changed the ascendancy. I'm playing it on Pathfinder, and Pathfinder is honestly amazing now. Like, it was amazing last league, but the thing about last league is we had Crucible, so there was like a lot of differences compared to this league. And this league as well, we're getting back the Balance of Terror skill jewel. So Balance of Terror is like absolutely cracked for the build. It's like 25% more damage. No, just 1 second, boys. I didn't just say nice cock, okay? I'm showing him the impending doom POV. Okay, don't die though. Zama. Okay, there we go. We're sharing Pob's chat. People shy. Alright, what the hell? What was that? My character was having a seizure. I'm not a massive fan of this zone, honestly. I find it hard to get like a good read on it, to know where I'm going. So probably if somebody knows, like he could tell you, but I don't know. So I just usually go like, I usually check top right, and then until I see like this thing, and then that's where she is, I guess. But that's about the extent of my knowledge for this zone. Sorry. But there's definitely a trick to it. I just couldn't tell you. Just don't go the wrong way. That's my advice. What a jammer. I wait to swap to Lightning Arrow until like Act 9 or 10 because then I get Merciless Lab, and at Merciless Lab that is when you get 2 additional projectiles, so you don't have to use lesser multiple projectile. It's like a less multiplier and a waste of a link socket, gem socket. Like a snack today? Yo, no you, sir. You know how we died like 3 times? I think from now on, we just never die again. What do you guys think? Thoughts? We never die again. There's like a little trick to knowing where to go in this layout. Actually, this is one of my favorite layouts in the game. I don't know why. I kind of vibe with the sewers. First of all, that one kind of giga chad when it works, and when it doesn't, that sucks. But yeah, you see here how there's no canals? If there's no canals, that means that you go to the bottom, and it's gonna be like right here, the bust. You go right there, and then the next one is up there. By canals, I mean like, you know, like this place on the map here where there was like the little canals. If there's the canals here, then that means that the bust is north, so you can go straight north. But if there isn't the little canals, then the busts are south and then north. That's a little trick for this layout.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Yeah, it's quite rudimentary, really. Can't wait to forget this before league start. You won't forget it if you practice. Is there a way? Always a bus? There's always a bus before the waypoint, yeah. Always. So I have this 4-link, but the thing about the 4-link is the bow sucks? Or does it suck? I think the bow is actually still better than my bow. I'm trying to get 4 green on it. 1 red. Yeah, I think I'll use it. So we go chance to bleed, Mirage Archer, Rain of Arrows, faster attack, and then I can put Blink Arrow here. Damage is 433, whereas with I can't even see it. Whoops. I mean, I think it's more damage because it has more phase damage. So. What am I doing the leveling pop? I already did. My pops for Blade Vortex, Impending Doom, and Lightning Arrow are done. Got nothing more to do on those. Also 1.4 base. Yeah, so it feels like a little better, but it is a really bad bow. If I could find like a Scourer, I'd probably scour it and then alk it again or something. Obviously that's a gamble on whether it's going to be good or not. So this act, by the way, is when we get our aura, so I'm really hoping to get that here soon. Yeah, in the Impending Doom, it's already calculated, the temp chain.
Watch yourself.
So here is when I want to buy haste. And yeah, you can anger is like a lot more damage, by the way. But I prefer haste. So I use haste because I prefer it. Because it gives you movement speed, which is king, obviously, for me. But if you did ever feel like you needed more damage, then anger is the way to go. One problem with anger is like keeping up with the strength cost. So if you do want to use anger, you probably need to grab like a 30 strength node. Can't you use can you use both if you suck it? No, because they're both 50% auras and I don't yet have any reservation efficiency.
I'm not up to that just yet.
There's always these blue packs here. They give a shitload of XP, so it's worth killing. I am level 26. I'm kind of like not over level, but I'm at the level where I shouldn't be killing so much in this zone. Oh, we got the $5,000 item, bro. Lol W. I don't like this song. Love this song. Everybody does. I'm not gonna sing because people can't hear the music in the VOD and I just look like I'm schizo. I really gotta refrain from from doing that. But for people wondering, it's the song that goes like, I like to party. Everybody does. You know, that's what's playing right now. It's a banger. Oh, I'm gonna get Grace here.
Talakoda.
On boys. Okay, I get the life here. And also I need to grab the mastery that gives me 50 flat life. It's really good at this point. And honestly, like, when it comes to like talking about things, at this point of the campaign, everything starts to get very linear.
Never felt further from what I
So all of the tips and tricks are very condensed into like Act 1 and to Act 3, which I consider to be like the hardest acts in the game. And then after that, you're just kind of like cruising along. And it just becomes about like, what makes you speed up from there on out is sort of just like mechanical skill. Like knowing how to like inventory micro, picking up items, that kind of stuff. But we still do get a massive upgrade soon, because in Act 4, when you kill General Grav, the Jenny G, then you get Artillery Ballista, and Artillery Ballista is basically just GG. As soon as you get Artillery Ballista, you can also slot elemental damage with attack skills into it, instead of chance to bleed, because it has a 100% chance to convert physical damage to fire damage. So regardless of whether you have like a Fizzbow or an Ellie bow, it's still better. But you do want to keep added cold because flat damage is insane with it. It scales insanely well. Here you usually grab int. But yeah, you grab int or strength depending on what you need. I don't really need strength at the moment, you see, so int is better. And actually this is like the rare scenario or rare case where this amulet is actually insane. If you have blink arrow, you can actually blink over this, by the way. You look sick while doing that. That's how I met your mom. Got like a giga res on that. That's actually insane. You can do it over there as well, but yeah, I just embarrassed myself. This is it, boys. The moment of truth. The Jenny G fight. Probably like the hardest encounter before you do Uber bosses in the game. But yeah, just put your ballistas down and mark them up. which is like harder said than done, or easier said than done. I mean, it's not really hard until he starts doing the fire rain, which is this, which is the real scary shit. But what you can do is you could just kite him out of it. You know, he just follows you, so. And then bang bang. Hopefully this belt is decent. I need the belt for strength, so I'm just gonna keep mine. And I haven't actually found any more essences for a while. Unfortunate. Yo, Elcro, thank you for the 20 months, bro. I appreciate it. Thank you, dude. Here is where you buy the 50. Not buy, but allocate the 50 flat life. And always make sure to, like, whenever you allocate life, to open your offenses and check here, main hand accuracy rating, because you always want that number to be higher than your flat life value. And if that's not the case, then you're kind of screwed. And you need more accuracy. So another woe essence. So far we've only found woe essences in the campaign. So this is truly the worst timeline. You know, another tip for here is you can always follow the carpet, and the carpet shows you where to go. Kind of. Especially there, like in those like weird auditorium looking places. But yeah, the carpet kind of just shows you where to go, so. Should take that waypoint, but I didn't. Zama. I mean, the reason why you want to take the waypoints again is because on League Start, if you crash and you don't have that waypoint, you're basically being set back like 4 zones. So yeah, you basically just cry. In this zone, having fire resistance is huge because you know, those like very nice ladies with their, you know, like the booby ladies, yeah, they shoot fire projectiles. And if you ever find like a pack of those that has like the splintering mod, the additional projectiles, then you can basically just die, I guess. I've had that happen on multiple occasions. Okay, one tip that I didn't say there is, you know how there's like there's carts. As you go up, there's carts. There's 2 carts on one side and 1 cart on the other side. You go the way where there's 1 cart, and that's always going to be the way forward. Whereas in this zone here, you always want to follow the torches. We can actually skip over this. Boom. See, again, blink arrow to the rescue. Yeah, the torches should basically shine the way to Piety. But you can get jebaited. Like there, I got kind of jebaited. Yeah, we chillin'. Okay, we should basically be one-shotting her here. I'm gonna path through the movement speed. Movement speed is king. You know, you can actually see where she wants to teleport, but she does like the she does the lightning warp cast, right? And then you see on the floor like where she's gonna land, basically. There we go. Basically one-shot her. Make sure you take the recipe. And here, if you go to login screen on League Start, then you basically go back in queue. So make sure you don't do that. A way to like not do that is to set up a macro for it. So yeah. Be careful. Take that skill point and I actually really want to ID these. 20% movement speed is actually cracked. I'm gonna go Mana Forged Arrow, and remember how we didn't have an alteration earlier for Frenzy? We're gonna go back to Act. We're gonna go back to Act 2. We're gonna grab Frenzy. Alright, sick. Now Act 3 and Artillery Ballista. Which is from her. Artillery. And Artillery is right here in our 3 link. Talk to him. We'll skip over this thing though. Oh, that's a POB. I'll copy that. Floating helmet, not very useful. There we go. We pretty much have everything now, and we can swap Chance to Bleed for this. And we move on. Now we go off to Act 4. Oh, vendor tech, yeah. Vendors actually are really frustrating now after the changes. You don't find anything from vendors. It's like super tilting, honestly. It's so like what used to be almost guaranteed that you got like decent gear. Now you don't find anything from vendors anymore. The vendor changes really do suck, yeah. I mean, you still may as well like check them and whatnot, because you know you're gonna be doing that anyways to sell all your items and shit. But it's just such a shame, because it's another one of those like small changes that makes running the campaign like more annoying. Adds like more layers of RNG for like what is the most tedious aspect of pathofexile progression. At least for most players, like I really enjoy leveling the acts on League Start. For me, it's like I think, like I'm not gonna lie, leveling the acts in early maps for me on League Start is like the most fun part of the game. Like where I'm like super excited to play the game. But for most people, they just hate it, right? So there's no point in making it worse for them. Yeah, I really love early progression because everything. So that's something that I hope they actually fix with PoE 2. But like, this is something that that can only be like a thing because of scarcity, right? Like, I don't want to say something and get cancelled here, but when items are scarce, that's when you appreciate them a lot more. And that's why they go like, oh, you know, that's why like Ruthless is the way it is. But as long as they're like, there's some kind of scarcity to items, you care about them more. Yeah. It's just kind of how it is, you know what I mean? Like, that's why early game progression feels good, because you find a bow and it's a dogshit bow, but you're still extremely happy about it because, yeah. The way it is. It's a Chris ad. I mean, like at end game, obviously things change because you know, you want your items to be perfect and stuff, so you can't always just find those on the floor. But I think that's why early game progression is fun. If you were handed everything, then you know it's not quite as fun. But there is kind of like a sweet spot for that. Because not finding movement speed boots until Act 4, that's like uninstall material. And in the case of Ruthless, you don't find movement speed boots until like literally until you uninstall.
This woman's purpose, to tempt and try the will of man.
The only person here who's scary is the guy with the fireballs. Everyone else is like easy. And, like, to not die to him, just stand a little bit further away because his fireball's shotgun. But if your resistance is like, even 30% is like fine at this point. If you're playing on hardcore, obviously you'd want more, but yeah, 30% is just fine at this point of the game. And at that point, you can basically like face tank everything he does aside for the Touch of God slam.
Have you ever seen the truth?
But you definitely don't want to get hit by the Gargalon slam though. That one's...
Die in awe.
That one you can't survive. So like this attack, you just click your life flask and you're chilling.
The touch of God.
Like it's not a problem at all.
The light of divinity.
Now we phase them, we just want to set up here basically.
Is an illusion.
Now we bing chilling. I actually was meant to go here so I can regret this point, but essentially we're gonna make our way to the next accuracy wheel. Yo, White Tally, thank you for subbing, bro. I appreciate that a lot. I mean, this guy's kind of easy. You just want to put Stamper's Mark on him and you're just chilling. Make sure you don't like overclick your mana flask. You kind of need it. Pick up all the items you can. And off we go. Now we're in Act 5 in 1 hour 18 minutes. It's not bad. At this point you can basically start IDing like everything you drop. Because we don't need transmutes anymore. But you gotta be mindful of, like, you actually like tend to run out of wisdom scrolls more than you do everything else. But like, I'm just really looking for pieces with resistance on them at this point. You want to get as much resistance as possible. I'm still using Chance to Bleed, which is not ideal, but I still don't have like decent elemental damage on my bow, so you know. Having elemental damage on your bow means that you can use elemental damage with attack skills. But I would rather have 4 green, because then I could put added cold on instead. I'm pretty sure added cold at this point would clear a lot nicer. We want to vendor all that stuff.
You will be remembered.
Okay, as I said earlier, we're grabbing the movement speed there, and then we're refunding this. And now that we have that refunded, what we want to do is we want to go through to the bottom and then through the life. This is going to be like weird pathing, but the reason why I path like this is to get like precise technique as early as possible and the onslaught as well, which are like 2 nodes that will basically make your early acts much smoother. And you get just enough regrets to basically do everything you need here, so it's not a problem at all. By the time you respect that, you have all the regrets you need. My damage is like kinda low at this point. My bow is honestly kinda not that great. So we're really looking to improve that soon. Make sure you grab the craft there. Because the craft is the attack speed craft.
Yes.
So whenever you find like a bow, you can just like use that on your bow. We're almost at the point where we do lab, which is, in my opinion, the best part of the game. Because once we have Tailwind on this character, that's when your build starts actually feeling like a real build. Like all of a sudden your character actually feels fun to play once you have Tailwind. You want to click these because, yeah, as you can see, they have a chance to drop the card that gives you 10 alterations. Make sure you always click those. And also grab the socket color craft there. And alterations early on is like really, really handy. Blunt is actually pretty okay base. Artisans also is nice, but this is probably just gonna give me whetstones. But these are also welcome because that is wisdom scrolls. And we just always run out of those. I'm gonna use an essence on this. You know how I said earlier that you would use a woe on a quiver because it gives you damage with bows? Well, there you go. Now we got damage with bows, and it has a little bit of life and resistance and an open suffix. That's actually really, really good. We continue pathing over here. I didn't say ruthless is fun. I said having some scarcity makes picking up items fun. Like if there's less items on the floor and those items are better, it's way better than more items on the floor and those items being worse. And like if you don't agree with that, I think you're like a bit dumb. Honestly, a bit slow in the head. Like honestly, would you rather pick up 100 little turds or one very nice steamy turd? I know where I stand on this. I stand dead. That's where I stand. How did I die there? I didn't read what the Archdem mod he had. Feels bad. That was a fluorescence anyway, so who cares? I mean, the proof is in the pudding, chat. Like, how many of you guys pick up rare items past like day 3 of the league? Me? Well, there we go. We spot the big noob. There he is. I mean, even if you pick up items in SSF past day 3, big noob. Just rog, big noob. Act 3, off the lab. And the bow absolutely stinks. I'm obviously being a little hyperbolic, but you guys know what I mean. Come on. You guys are being why am I apologizing? You guys are being way more hyperbolic than I am. Screw you. They started chat. No, you guys say sorry to me.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Where does this saying gaslight even come from, by the way? I've always been interested, but I never Googled it. Comes from a movie? Wait, really? Oh, okay. Holy shit, the guy almost killed me. You're curious, Dogship, please craft damage on your stuff. If you craft on your gear in acts like this early, big noob. No, but my damage is more than fine. Also, I can't craft on my bow, so it's pointless. My bow is a magic bow. Bowcraft worth. Bowcraft is definitely worth, yeah.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. The empire today last as the world's independence.
Yo, thank you. We got so many rares with rarity. Honestly, like a rarity amulet early is unironically good. You're actually right about that. Like that's not even a cap. What the hell? Alright, focus up, chat. I don't have any life flasks, otherwise I could walk onto the fire, but since I don't, like, I actually gotta wait for it. I almost just killed myself there. That was not a good look. If there's any place to not die, it's the laboratory. You do not want to die here. Like, you really don't want to die here. Especially now when Ben's watching you. Okay, bro. Like, are you ever gonna, like... even I forgot about that. Why are you bringing that back up? I'm starting to get the feeling you guys are just hate watchers. It's a bit sus.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor
Love watcher? Oh, thank you. Way too, bro. Here we go. The moment of truth. Big transmute. Yeah, my bow is a little underpowered. Straight up, no cap. But we get Tailwind and we're gonna be like twice as powerful. We grab the boots. Bang! Oh, that's so good actually. You know what I'm gonna actually do here? So first of all, we want to ascend to Deadeye. Here it's faster to just log out, by the way. Does she have skill? Okay, no. I thought maybe I forgot to take the skill point from him. Sell all that shit. Orlink Grove Bow. I actually really want that. Because... go 1, 2, 3, 4. We got big fizz damage on it, and then later on, I'm gonna be able to hopefully. Oh, here I have all haste. Never lucky. Alright, now the game starts becoming fun, by the way. Now we have fun, chat. Because we have Tailwind. Fun unlocked. I need to find an alchemy orb or some kind of essence or just like literally anything so that I can essence my Grove Bow. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Jump, jump, jump. What's my accuracy rating right now? 1000. Okay, well, still good. Sacred Mana Flask. I think I'll probably have to go down at some point. Maybe next one. Oh, okay, it forces me up. Why would you wanna AHK blink arrow when you press a button? What? That's weird. But yeah, generally like binding anything, like if you just bind it to another button, it's fine. But if you have like 2 actions happening with 1 button press, then it's against the TOS. Make sure you pick up the craft here. So once you've done this zone, you want to go do the Combs zone, because you're within like level range of the first zones, but the second zone starts becoming outside of your level range. So that is kind of why you prefer to go for the first half of the first zone and then the first half of the second zone, and then you clear all the way to the end after this. It's just for like XP efficiency. Yeah, I mean, ideally you want to be like within 5 levels under of the zone, but this run I'm actually like over leveling a bunch. But that's fine, like being over level is like completely fine. Totems are like the tankiest thing I ever fought. Yeah, my bow is like an absolute disaster. Can I do it? I don't know how to do this skip. It's a weird one. Not with blink arrow, I have no idea. I know there's a way to do it with blink arrow, but I don't know where to put my mouse. I'm not really in the mood to practice it. I use ultra wide monitors, so there's like your 4th, 5th buff is like in a different place than my 4th, 5th buff. PoE veterinarian, Geo, true. Holding body armor, and it has strength. Strength dex, so it's actually really good. So what I want to do is 1 red, perfect. So yeah, I'm gonna be putting my artillery ballista in there when I level up for it, which is 38, so I am 3 levels away. Yeah, the 8 hour 40, it was actually 8 hour 37. I checked the VOD yesterday, but yeah, it was there. It's there. It was split in 2 VODs. So one VOD I played like 8 hours, and the next day I played like 1 hour. I hate Icicle Mines. But if I was to play Icicle Mines, I would play it as a Deadeye. My damage is extremely low, chat. By this point, a new bow would be like huge, right? If I had a new bow, this kill would be like twice as fast. But it's not a big deal because he still goes down like decently fast. I did get an alchemy orb and I got a grove bow, so this is what we want to do. Boom. Now, actually, that is actually very, 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 very good. That is very, 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 very good. We go to hideout. And we want to craft on it. Lining is always the highest damage type, so we go lining. And we want to chrome it. To Rain of Arrows, Mirage Archer, faster attacks. And the last one is going to be elemental damage with attacks, and we buy that from Act 2. Also, shocks are OP, yeah. Anything else we want to sell except for the body armor? Make sure we keep that. So, elemental damage with attacks. Shit. Oh, it's like it's 1 green. My bad. So I go buy Added Cold instead. Added Cold is really good. Also, another really good support gem that you can use is Immolate. Immolate is massive. But you can't really get Immolate until a little later on, and I can explain why. With Immolate, you need to ignite, and you don't ignite until you take this cluster here. But that cluster there gives you shocks, ignites, and chills. Pretty much guaranteed because of how much you hit. But now my damage like literally almost tripled. So yeah, I'm happy. Thing that I gotta be careful of now though is my accuracy, which is 1250. And I have almost 1000 lives, so keep that always in mind. Chaos Orb, of course we backtrack for. Having like something in my offhand would be like actually kind of nice. Is this good? It has some damage, but otherwise it's terrible. We're just gonna like organize our inventory a little bit so that when we get to town we don't have to worry too much about like where everything is. We can just sell everything all at once. I really don't want to sell this one. I'm gonna have to go back to Act 1 to get another Added Cold. Not Added Cold. Like I would get Focus Ballista, but I need faster attacks. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna buy faster attacks and I'm gonna put it here. Because when I get my basically when I get my skill gems for it, or sorry, level for it, that's gonna be my 4-link for my Ballista. And I conveniently went to Act 1 earlier, so when I log out, I go back to Act 1 there, so that's pretty cool. When you log out, you always go back to the last town you were in, not the town of the act that you're in. Keep that in mind. Sometimes it can like save you or cost you an extra loading screen. Like very small little sort of min-max tip, but you know. It's something. Yo, what's up, Tal? Hello. Okay, beautiful. I'm doing just Axe today. Maybe I'll do like up to Exarch tomorrow, but today I'm just doing just Axe. I only have time for that, unfortunately. I can continue this run tomorrow though. Maybe, if you guys want to see like up to Exarch Eater again. New Bleed Bow will be viable with the new gem. The thing about the new gem is you gotta think about like if the multiplier on it is not high enough, it's just not a good gem. Unfortunately. It's like a nice quality of life gem, but otherwise it'll live and die by its multiplier. Oops. Yeah, later on we're gonna respect that and we get our points back, but now we go into this elemental wheel. And this elemental wheel is gonna give us a shit ton of damage. Rain of Arrows, because you don't have to use lesser multiple or greater multiple projectiles to have decent coverage. So for me it feels better to use until I have additional arrows on the skill tree and ascendancy. There's like no anything changes this league, unfortunately. The patch notes were sort of a nothing burger when it comes to balance changes. We did get like a bunch of new support gems, but otherwise everything's just more of the same. We get quiver, so unless you play chieftain, yeah, but nobody plays chieftain, right? So. Like we were good, I couldn't tell in the short time I looked at it. A little bit of damage with bow skills, some crit, some cold. Nah, it's pretty bad. It's not a bad belt, but if I take my shit off, I die of strength. Do I? Yeah, I do. Maybe later I don't. One level and I'll find out. Maybe I can take it off. Infernal Blow, Ignite Chieftain. My professional opinion, which, you know, you can completely disregard, is play that if you really want to, but like don't fall under the impression that it's actually strong, because it's not. At least the Chieftain Ascendancy isn't. Like you could play Infernal Blow on pretty much any other Ascendancy and it would be better. At least I think. I think like maybe like early game the Ascendancy that gives you like the level 30 thing is like probably okay, but I don't know. Infernal Blow is really cool though. But the skill itself is a little underpowered. I actually have to like leave because I mismanaged my mana. What is this loading screen? I think I crashed. I'm just gonna pause Alt F4. League Star Simulation, the crashes are included. True. Yeah, but it is an additional link. But I don't know, regardless, like I don't want to sort of like make people feel bad for their choices, League Star choices. I'm like kind of a meta slave, so. I don't know, to be fair, I wouldn't really say that I'm a meta slave. More that I just like strong builds, what can I say? But I'm pretty sure everybody does. Like, I don't know, like self-imposed, like, you know, like,
Are you so in love with death?
it's just like limiting. If you like self-impose like weird restrictions on yourself. I don't find that fun in RPGs. I like to just be strong. Alright. I keep the belt. The belt is actually pretty decent. Wish I had strength on it, but yeah. Here we talk to our boy Tasuni because he gives our skill point. We don't really need anything from these boys, but we're gonna take GMP regardless. And Stone Golem. And there's a truck outside my house. Wait, that's not a truck, that's Chat's mom trying to fit through the door. What the hell? It's like they're like garbage collecting. I'm not really gonna like spec into anything here because this is a nice moment here to do all like your inventory management and Atlas, sorry, not Atlas, but passive skill tree points. So like there's a moment here where you can't move, so I'm gonna use this as time to you know, spec into my stuff. It's really nice. And here as well is a good moment to reflect upon your resistances. So you see how I have fire and cold resistance are like my lowest. Now we can people ponder upon our resistances. The fire and cold are my lowest. When you get to town, you get a 2-stone ring as a quest reward. So yeah, we're gonna use that 2-stone ring to fill out the resistances that we're lacking. And I'm dealing insane damage now, like absolutely cracked damage. Look at this, I am pumping. And the next point is gonna be like even more damage, so that's cool. Not about gloves, it's actually insane because those are deck spaces and 4-link. Deck space 4-link means we can chrome it and it's mostly gonna be greens. That is amazing. So I said fire and cold, so we're gonna take the fire and cold res ring here. I did, hopefully it's good. 10% all res, actually insane. And now look at my res, bam. I am almost capped. And that's how you do it, chat. Just have it in your brain while you're like running and doing stuff. Just remember what res you lack. So that when you look at items, you're already like, you already know whether it's a good item for you or not. Right? Here we're gonna take the hits have a 25% chance to deal. Basically to invert monster resistance. Which means that if you have like a monster with 70 resistance, 1 out of 4 of those hits is going to treat that resistance as negative 70 instead. And since Rain of Arrows and Lightning Arrow later on is going to hit a ton, that's like a big multiplier. Okay, Hatred Essence is, you never skip this, because Hatred Essence is going to be flat damage for your bow. And so it's like one of the best essences you can have early on. I'm going to put that away. Even though it's like a low tier, it's still a guaranteed decent essence. See, Blink Arrow is starting to become like actually decent to use. So yeah, we're gonna use it more. This is the moment when you realize how much damage you actually do, right? That is just fucking crazy, by the way. Now I have a 4-link for my ballista. That's giga good. I'm just gonna swap this out. I put Blink Arrow and paste in my gloves. Put those here. I have Artillery Ballista and added Cold there. And elemental damage with attacks, which I already have. And I can alch that at some point. Alch, ooh. Definitely don't get stuck on monsters, otherwise you just die. Alright, I don't know what I'm doing now with the passive tree. Well, I do, but I don't. I'm gonna go to the accuracy because 1100 live. Soon, I'm actually gonna fall short of precise technique. What made the damage amp up so much? The reason why I have so much more damage now, because I found like a bow with like decent rolls, aka flat damage rolls. And I took the elemental damage with attack nodes here at the bottom with the reversed resistance. Those nodes give you like so much damage early on. Can I actually take off the belt? I can't. So I'm actually thinking maybe I should use one node for strength. That way I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, if you haven't played PoE in a while, make sure you go and open up PoE and like do some maps and stuff. Reload your cache. You know, maybe do like one run through the acts because the new shaders have made some things like a bit wonky. And you might actually have to like readjust some of your graphical settings and whatnot. There is a setting which is called like triple buffering that you might have to turn on or off depending on your system. I'm pretty sure it's the triple buffering. Yeah, I mean, I'm using Vulkan because my PC used to crash on DirectX 12. Like, my PC used to literally crash. So it's like, it's kind of weird to like diagnose software issues. Everyone has different software issues. It's really, really strange, honestly, the way software issues work. Okay, now I've like re-remembered exactly what I need to do with the passive tree, so I can kind of explain that. I'm gonna take the accuracy and the 500 accuracy, which is basically like 1 point of accuracy, like negative accuracy for every level you gain. So you get 500 minus whatever. And then I'm gonna take the attack speed nodes leading it to the bow nodes at the very start of the ranger tree, and then elemental damage with attacks and resistance nodes as well, which are like here and here. That's the plan. Found an 800 LED DPS bow. So 800 LED DPS bow will basically take you to Exarch Eater. It's a really, really good bow. For Sanctum League Start, it's pretty good. Dynamic culling option halves your FPS, really? What the hell? We do so much damage now. Actually kind of unethical. Oh, MTX makes you load slower. So like just having MTX on your account? What the heck? Dude, bow is like bow leveling is insane. Like once you get past like the Act 1 to 4, bow leveling becomes absolutely insane. I'm not even kidding. Downside of playing a bow character is that you are a little bit squishy, but you can circumvent dying by playing as a ranged character, right? So Like, you honestly don't get that many deaths in endgame just because everything dies and is frozen and stuff like that. Like, it's pretty good. Also, you have like just a ton of evasion. So having like a lot of evasion makes it so, you know, it's unlikely to die, but or to get hit by something, but when you do, maybe it's like some like random small hit. Or at least you hope it's just some random small hit. Blazing Arrow Quiver is like the best base through the acts. Obviously we always want to pick up every single bow. They don't get easy mode or P mode from the mechanic. I mean, I did Exarch Eater with Tornado Shot on a 4-link in like 9 hours. And then I did it in like 8 hours and a half with Lightning Arrow. So, I mean, like, you know. Bro, it's like, honestly, I think people overestimate what you need for bow builds to be like good. It's not like it used to be. I know bows used to be like kind of shit, big start. But yeah. But you're not a new player? Okay, but what's the difference between like playing a poison build and playing not a poison build or something like that, or like playing like Toxic Rain? People say like, oh, you know, Toxic Rain is easy to level. Yeah, try to do Exarch Eater without like a 6-link, bro. It's not like your damage sucks. It's not any better, and like I know because I played those builds. Like it's just like a weird bias / delusion that like other builds are just that much better, but they're really not. Like this bow, like bows are just really good at the moment. They just are. I don't know what to say, but they just are. Returning projectiles, we'll have to actually just go by feeling whether it'll be worth it to use it or not. Full meta is so boring. Yeah, I mean, if you don't like it, that's actually a good argument. It's like, oh, I don't like this. That's a better argument than saying like, it's hard, it's this, it's that, it's not noob friendly, like all this shit. That it's just not a good argument in my opinion. Like, I think when you compare something like Impending Doom, right? Which in my opinion is one of the best league starters there is. One of the best builds in pathofexile at the moment in general. Like, it's harder to gear for Impending Doom than it is for Lightning Arrow. It just is. It's just the way it's, like, Lightning Arrow is like way too fucking easy. Just Lightning Arrow just feels better to clear with, but TS is really nice too. Yeah, you need Vixen for Impending Doom to really pop off. You can play without Vixen with Curse Ground support, but with Vixen is much better, and Vixen is really cheap on League Start, so it's not a big deal. Like, at its peak, last League Start, which was like super popular when like both me and Steel Mage were playing it, right? Like, Steel Mage is like 10 times my size, if not even more. Vixen was like 40C in Trade League. And then it went back down to like 10C within like a day, so... He's that fat? Okay, you guys know what I mean. I mean, bro, like, have you guys seen my arms? I'm pretty sure everybody's 10 times my size. We put the portal in front of the ruined square there. I forgot to mention it when I did it, but yeah, you put a portal in front of the ruined square. You go to town here. You want to grab first the jade flask, and then your skill point, and then your skill point from Valenta as well. You go boom boom, and then you grab these and a 500 accuracy rating. And then you take a portal again, and then you're pretty much off to Kitava, bro. And you wanted to leave your portal here on the way up here, because yeah, then you just get like, you basically don't have to rerun this zone. So that's a really nice way to run that. And it saves like a lot of time, honestly, doing that. We just had it earlier, but you guys were distracting me. God damn it, Chad. But yeah, now the game is like super easy. What is this belt again? I forget what it is. Blast, life, recovery, some physical damage. I mean, I'm not gonna use it. I don't want to use it because it's just unethical. Not representative of how people will run the game. How do you put timer on screen? In OBS? You just make OBS like put it on screen. What do you mean? You make like a scene for it, or not a scene, like whatever thing for it. Look at this Kitava kill, by the way. Like the damage is absolutely unethical at this point. Oh, like this seems good. Yeah, I used life split for the timer. If that's what you meant. Like what timer I use. Yeah. It's so strong for big bosses. Like for Kitava and Arakali, it's insane. And so is Artillery Ballista. So basically, like, you just one-shot Kitava and Arakali. It's really cool. Like, before you can do anything, you're just dead. There we go, this is the last phase. My res is, like, actually pretty much capped, so I'm not really gonna have too many issues going into Act 5. I don't really want to use alchemy orbs because when I get thicket bows, this is when I'm gonna want to be using my essence / alchemy orbs. Because thicket bows is such a huge DPS upgrade, and it's the bow that I'm basically gonna be using for until basically like maps and beyond. So I keep all my resources for that. But now I can go to town or hideout and I can craft a little bit of fire res, like that kind of stuff. I do want to go to the next act though. So we're gonna sail to Rakelast. As soon as we're here, we log out. It doesn't save that much time, but you get to come to the vendor here. And I'm actually gonna keep that. Oh, and I clicked Aspirant's Trial instead of my hideout. That's a mistake. I can put like fire res. I don't really want to put it on these. Because I'm pretty sure I can't alch them later if I do. Lightning Rest, fizz damage, damage with bows. Damage with bows, accuracy, life. This is just better, isn't it? Nice. Cold res. Beautiful. My res is pretty much already capped. By pretty much, I mean almost, but yeah. I don't want to use the essence because the essence I can use on a bow later. It's a hatred essence. I could technically use it. Honestly, it's like kind of a low essence, so I may as well. I do have another open suffix on it. But my res is like really good now. Like I don't have to worry about my res at all anymore. Forgot what I was doing, but I'm doing this zone, so that means that I have to kill everything. And then here I can buy like Focus Ballista once I'm done with this. And yeah, Focus Ballista is really nice. If this gold amulet is good, I'm definitely gonna use it. Also, I actually don't need any more res. Because now I can go for these elemental damage with attack nodes. Which are gonna give me, I think, 12 resistance. Alright, big. And now we just carry on. Do I get to equip my quiver? Level 45. One more level. I'm live. Okay, so the only thing I run out of mana for is Frostblink. Yeah, Penny Doom is still very strong now. Am I dumb? Where is she? Ah, it was like... literally looks the same. Why not leave Frostblink at 1? Yeah, in hindsight I should definitely leave it at 1. Oh, viewer Andy. You know I stream without viewer count on? I get nervous when people say how many viewers I have. So thanks, man. Imagine like being like, oh yo, there's 2,400 eyeballs watching you right now. Like, oh god. Fucking freaky, dude. What the fuck? If 5 viewers, okay, having like no viewers is also bad. You don't look shy on your OnlyFans? Okay, but how come my butthole is not shy? It's me. Okay. Exclamation mark OnlyFins.
That would only slow you down.
Is that a good bow? Oh my god. Oh. Is that a good bow? Yeah, anonymous gifted, thanks for gifting us up to
I'm not up to that yet.
Mr. Buttons. Congrats, Buttons. It's a slow attack speed base, but the bow is like really good. But I actually don't need it 4-linked even. So what I can do is I can do this. Doing this while walking is so hard. Oh, I kind of screwed up there. Oh my god, it's so much damage. What the hell? Oh, it's like actually kind of insane. I'm gonna miss the 2 APS bow. It's fine, bro. Some hatred essence, that's pretty good. I could put that on my gloves. Okay, that is actually just really a lot of damage. Feels really good. And my gloves rolled very nicely. Like actual endgame gloves. Oh, hell yeah. How do you know EDPS? I usually use Awakened PoE Trade. So I'll pause here just to show you, but if you have Awaken PoE trade turned on, which I don't really recommend that they start having this turned on because it can cause some like weird issues sometimes. But if you have Awaken PoE trade on, you control D, and it tells you like elemental damage 253, right? And if I control D this, it says DPS 194. So that's usually how I check whether or not it's like, yeah. But actually now that I'm just gonna go to hideout and I'm gonna craft on it. Lightning damage. Again. Yeah, I actually finished writing the guide yesterday. So now the bow is 291. Kind of a shame it has like low attack speed, but yeah. It is a lot of damage and it feels good. But later on we will upgrade again to thicket bow. So once we have a thicket bow, we will be stronger again. Here we need to go for the trial, so make sure you remember to do that. There's another alchemy orb for later once we find a thicket. Like really make sure you don't spend your alchemy orbs at this point onwards. Here we get the res, and I'm capped. Capped res and everything's like sweet at this point. The run is going really well. If like your run looks like this, it means that like you've done your basically. In order to get a run like this, you have to have a good filter. I think it's super important to have a good filter, so that you're not picking up garbage. If you want to play this bow build, or well, this lightning arrow build slash rain of arrows, just follow my filter. On my profile, it's called SSF bow early. And I programmed it to show you like good stuff during the campaign and in maps, but it's gonna hide all of the things that are not relevant to your character. It's not gonna show like armor bases. It's not gonna show melee weapons and stuff like that. Once you get into maps, right? In the campaign, it does show them because usually you want to sell them for currencies and stuff like that. But it's definitely gonna prioritize like highlighting certain types of bases and whatnot. So. Yeah, or you can use Titai's filter, but remember that Titai's filter's like sort of very specialized for speedrunning. It also needs sound files. Filter is not going to be added in the guides now. The reason why I don't add filter in guides is because like filters can break on League Start. And if it's in the guide, it's also then a requirement for me to keep everything updated. And, you know, keeping like fucking 10 filters updated and having them all running like on day one of the league is, you know, a very big fucking responsibility. You know? Now I go topside here for the bow nodes. Put blink arrow here, and I can put haste there. Sniper's mark is right there, and I can get mark on hit. When I go to town. Yeah, this bow is actually like not that good. It looks like really good, but it's a bad base, so it's not as good as it seems. I'm not good at actually like seeing where things are. There we go. Now we got mark on hit. We got our skill point from our boy. And we also want to grab a 4-link green base. That is really good. I'm gonna leave it with 1 blue. How do you long in that fast? I just spam enter? Yeah, I just spam enter. Now we have a better quiver as well. Res is still capped.
I'm not up to that just yet.
And we have mark on hit automated, so life is good, man. Life is actually really good. Yo, what's about it? Hello. Topaz ring. Bow's not good. Neither is the ring. The ring is actually terrible. I'm cooking up. Yeah, I wrote a lightning arrow guide, and I also wrote an impending doom guide. And I'm gonna make a blade vortex guide as well. I know I already have an occultist, but I made a pathfinder. Do you guys know, like, I was like, maybe I'm like autistic or something, but I'm really getting into like guide writing, and I trained my own ChatGPT language model, and I fed like all the patch notes for the last like 5 leagues, and like a bunch of wiki articles to make it like learn PoE language. So that now like I proofread all my work by like so like I basically write stuff and I feed it into ChatGPT, and it like feeds me back like basically like you know, like good spelling and good like sentences, while using also like PoE terminology. I'm using the free one, but it's still really good. Sometimes it like, okay, like I have some issues with the free one. I don't know if it's like this in the paid one, but in the free one, sometimes it like, so at times I'd have to be like, no, use more simple language, like use more simple language. And then it would start using the simple language for like 10 prompts, and slowly it would go back to like using like filler words and shit. And I'm like, okay, stop doing that. And then it would start doing it again after like 10 prompts or something. Well, GPT just does the language, right? It doesn't do the guide. GPT, maybe in like 5 years it can do the guides. But at the moment it's like it doesn't know anything, right? And it doesn't have like current information either. Okay, now that we killed Rislata, you want to take that Pantheon. That Pantheon is broken. I can't even begin to describe how good that Pantheon is for leveling, so yeah.
Can't see why I'd want to do that here.
To write the guide for... No, so like... At first it was like writing, like it was telling a story, right? It was saying like, you know, very like elaborate words and things like that. And then so like I had to keep telling it to like use more like guide terminology and technical language. And then after a while it started being like very, very, very good. Like it didn't add more words to what I would feed into it. Like I can give you guys sort of like an example. Wait, my fucking Discord is so active, it's like actually hard to find it. So like for example, like here, like I wrote about the Balance of Terror. So I said like the Balance of Terror is a boss, is a jewel dropped by a final boss in the Forbidden Sanctum. It drops with 2 random modifiers, of which one grants 20 to 25% cooldown recovery rate if you've cast Temporal Chains in the past 10 seconds. This cooldown recovery provides you with 20% DPS increase. Once you purchased and equip this jewel, you must make sure that you are using Temporal Chains as part of your primary 6-link, as the bonus is not provided if triggered by Vixens, right? And then it rewrites it with like better language, and it's like, the Balance of Terror is a jewel that is dropped from the final boss of the Forbidden Sanctum. It comes with 2 random modifiers, one of which grants 20 to 25% cooldown recovery rate you've cast temporal chains in the last 10 seconds. So that is pretty much almost exactly the same, right? This cooldown recovery rate translates to a significant 20% or more increase in DPS. Once you've acquired and equipped this jewel, ensure that temporal chains is included in your main 6-link setup, as the bonus won't apply if triggered. Like, it's almost the same, but it's just structured, and the punctuality, like all that stuff is just like better, right? Like the punctuation and the structure, it just like shifts it a little bit. It's using my, like, especially because I've fed so much of my own writing into it, it's using my writing, but it's making it better, right? Do you know what I mean? But I really had to like force it to not like alter my writing a lot, because it started, like, in many cases it was just adding way too much. It would just waffle. It would just say like a bunch of random shit that is like, I don't need this, you know, like you don't need to like add like all these like crazy words. Yo. MLG, thank you so much for the 6 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate it. Tutored by AI. I mean, it's interesting because like it helps you, like it helps your language and structure and stuff. And it also what helps is the fact that like you don't have to focus so hard into worrying about like your language, and you can focus more about like you can focus more about what you're trying to say rather than how to say it, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? I think that is a big positive. Because the AI can be like, okay, like, I understand what you're saying, but you need to say it better, right? And that's what it does. So Grimmer reviews the content of the guide. But obviously, like, sometimes the thing about like GPT is it doesn't really know the context that well. So you have to make sure to reread and proofread everything 2-3 times over to make sure that the context is there, right? Yeah. Hey yo, and Goondog67, thank you so much for the 4 months of Prime. I appreciate you too, man. Thank you very much. Yeah, it likes to hallucinate sometimes. Better proofread, exactly. Like, if you don't proofread your GPT text, you'll end up with like very awkward things going on. Sometimes you have to like rewrite a prompt like 3 times and say like, no, stop doing this. I think it's amazing. I am a strong believer and lover of the whole AI revolution. Anyways, here I always like to put a portal. Usually you don't really have to worry about that if you have like cap resistances, but if your fire resistance is low, you kind of want a portal here, otherwise you're gonna die. And if you die here, it's devastating. You have to walk the entire zone again, so if you put a portal there, it's fine. You die, you resurrect in town, and then yeah, then you can just come back here straight away. You write emails with GPT? That's actually smart. I have like, so you guys know I'm Italian, right? But I left Italy when I was 9 years old. I have so much trouble writing in Italian. I have really so much trouble writing in Italian. I have to use my phone to write in Italian because my phone autocorrects. Italian is such a hard language to write properly, especially since like we talk to people in different ways depending on like whether they're elders, whether they're people of like that you respect, or whether they're like, you know, like things like that. Like what we call in Italian is like dare del lei. So we speak to people in third person if we respect them, or if it's in a business scenario, or if they're elder, right? So yeah, like we're speaking to someone, but we're speaking to them in third person kind of thing. Turkish is the same too, yeah. But then I have people say like, oh, you don't have to like speak to me that way, and I can't help it. It's like, I can't help it. I just keep speaking that way. I do live in Italy, yeah. But so Italian is like one of the most complicated languages in the world. In terms of like learning how to speak it and write it properly. I know there's obviously more complicated ones, like Chinese and stuff. So like having like left when I was 9 years old makes it really hard. But there's like 47 tenses in Italian that are like actively used. The Branking Reef is like kind of an interesting zone. I always, like, there's a way to read this zone, but I kind of always just wing it. I always go bottom right, and if it's open, I just always follow, like, the right wall. Which is a really bad habit, honestly. Because there is a way to read this zone, and I remember I've been taught how to read it, but yeah. I just forget I'm a degenerate. Oh, Amadros. Thank you, bro. Thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it, dude. And here I'm getting the feeling that the exit is close. But I just don't know exactly where. It's probably like here somewhere. Yeah, okay. Beautiful. But you see, even though like I don't know how to read it, I kind of managed to get by just by following the wall. So that's kind of nice. One thing here is I'm not exactly sure where I want to go now. I think what I'm gonna do is... I think I may as well just grab more damage, so I'll take these. I'll take Far Shot. Trying to see if like I forgot anything. I mismanaged my mana, so I'm actually out of mana here. But I think my artillery ballista can basically carry me until the crab spawn. I don't really want to port it down. Yeah, beautiful. Perfect. But at this point, it looks like I'm just gonna go all the way here, and I'm gonna take Forces of Nature. And then slowly, I'll work towards getting extra projectiles. And then we pop off. Most languages other than English are hard to learn. I mean, English isn't like the easiest language, that's for sure. Indonesian, for me, in my opinion, is like one of the easiest languages in the world. So Indonesian is one of those languages that was invented in like the modern day as like a way to unify the Indonesian islands, right? And because of that, they made the language extremely easy, right, in general. And I think that's a good way to go about it. Like, make the easy language easy, and then GG. By the way, I already got a bow that's like better than the one that I have. You guys were saying, is that bow crazy? Yeah, I mean, I got a better one already. So there you go. I can craft attack speed on it. What is that bow? It's pretty normal to find good bows when you're leveling. Like, it really is. Anytime I find anything decent, you guys go like, holy shit, that's crazy, what is that? That's insane. But just, if you pick up items off the floor, you just find good items, man. I don't know what to say. You get lucky? Yeah, I've done like 10 of these runs now, and apparently I get lucky every run. That's literal, like that is the way Twitch chat thinks. So I actually didn't find the quest for the flasks. I'm actually gonna go back here. Because I really want this flask. Got distracted. But it should be up here. It's not up here, it's down. Yeah, that flask is like, you know, it's a granite flask, so I definitely want it. Then we continue. Extra proj don't really do anything on Rain of Arrows because you already have so many. At this point I could like use Trinity, but I don't really recommend using Trinity early. Problem with Trinity is it's inconsistent because if you ever like change a bow and all of a sudden you have like inconsistent like you know, damage flip-flop. I don't really know how to call it, but essentially like, you know how you want your damage to flip-flop, then your Trinity bricks. So the only time I actually use Trinity is like pretty much when I get to maps when I have like a lot of flat damage already. So we found the way down, but we want to find the trial. And there's the trial, and then we have to backtrack. Yeah, once you have Lightning Arrow, it is easier because it gives you a ton of flat landing damage, that's true. That's a good point. Alternate between elements? Yeah, like flip-flop. Exactly. You're my chat GPT there. I'll chat GPT flip-flop between elements and it would tell me like alternate between. Big, another alchemy ore for when you find ticket bows. Okay. Log out. The gem links are there in the leveling POB. Yeah, because I have alks and I don't have essences. But also because most essences are kind of garbage, but you basically want to use essence or alk. Just anything that you find to make ticket bows rare, you use those to make... The problem is like you generally don't really want the essence to be a prefix essence, unless that prefix is like elemental flat damage. But the likelihood of rolling elemental flat damage is very high. The weights on elemental damage modifiers are like extremely high. Every bow? No, not every bow. Only good bases. Alchemy orbs are like fairly rare, so you only want to use alks on good bases. So right now I'm kind of keeping my alks for when I find the ticket bow, which is basically the best base in the game. And that starts appearing around Act 8, I think? Or Act 8. So like Blood Aqueduct, usually you can start getting ticket bows. Blink Arrow is worth using to get over big gaps, you know. And sometimes doing like something like that, but yeah. Spinebow is not good. Because Spinebow, the only reason Spinebow is used in endgame is because it has high base critical strike chance. But we're playing precise techniques, so critical strike chance doesn't do anything. Wicked Bow just has higher damage because of its increased attack speed. Yeah, when you go crit. And you don't really have the force going crit until like way later on. Like I wouldn't go crit unless I found like a actual spine bow with like 600 elemental damage at least and like 30 crit or something. Because, yeah, if your critical strike chance is like 50%, your build kind of sucks. But you also kind of like don't really want to prioritize crit over like flat elemental damage early, because flat elemental damage is just gonna be much bigger of a multiplier. Alright, we grab our key and we're off. Next lab is gonna give us so much damage because we're taking far shot. Here the way is blocked, which means that the trial is gonna be like top left. If it's blocked at the bottom, it means the trial is always gonna be here top left, and the exit is gonna be top right. So this layout is like guaranteed if it's blocked. Also, like blink arrow can be used here to do shit like this. You have to like mouse here and then you can skip like a little bit of travel time there. That's like pretty much the extent of why blink arrow is good. Far shot works with rain of arrows, yeah. But it's always from the source of the projectile, so it's not like it counts the projectile going up in the air and then down. It's just the distance between you and the target. Actually wrong. At least we know the trial is there, but the exit is top left. Is it top left or bottom left? I think it's top left. Yeah, top left. Bottom left? Well, at least we know where the trial is. Yo, regret is actually kind of huge. I'm gonna eat it. Bottom. Donkey wrong as usual. Classic. You can choose to go lab here. I prefer going lab when I get to town though. I like going lab when I get to town. Not here. My bad. I meant next act town. You don't want to go lab here. Delay that. Next lab is trash. Just do an act 10, please. Far shot is trash. What's wrong with you? I hate 60% extra damage. It's garbage. What the hell? I'm using auto hotkey for resolution. I'm using a like a screen. An actual screen. Yo, Scorpio, thank you for the 7 months, bro. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Honestly, like, you could go for point blank until you have bar shot. But I generally don't. But yeah, point blank is like a lot more damage. The problem with point blank is it's like you're actually dealing less damage to monsters that are further away from you. So it makes your clear like not quite as good, but it does increase your single target damage if you're standing next to the target, so. Good essence, please. Contempt, anger. That's bad, it's not bad. We're basically one-shotting things at this point, so. Here I want to put a waypoint because the dread ticket is going to be there. On the left. I might actually be wrong about the dread ticket being there. If I am, I'm big sad, but I'm pretty sure it's there. No, the travel is like between your character and like on things like that, it's like the distance between your character and the target with rain of arrows and artillery. It doesn't count like going up in the air. Oh my goodness. What the heck? We need this recipe because it's cold damage, and that's gonna cost like an alchemy orb for T2 flat cold damage. I think it's an alchemy orb. If we get a ticket later with double good damage, we can always craft. And another alchemy for getting another ticket. This zone is, I think a lot of people don't like it, but it's a really, really easy zone. So there's like various layouts here. But essentially, like if you get this layout here with the wall, like I don't know exactly how to run this zone, but I just go to like, I find this wall and I go to the top left. I keep running, right? Top left. Until it basically just like, it cuts in at some point. And then you just go in, yeah, I don't know. And it always just works. But if you do find the water, then it's different. So if you find the water, then you have to go like, you follow the wall, basically, or water, or cliff. I'm not really sure if it's a cliff or the water. You just follow the cliff all the way, and then you're basically at your exit. Hard to really describe with words, but you know what I'm saying? Here I'm gonna grab the green boots. 50% movement speed with life, mine are 20%, so mine are better. Movement speed is king, even though this has life. I prefer it. Yeah, I prefer it. That, and then we take this. Hopefully the dread ticket is here and I wasn't wrong. If I was wrong, then it's all the way back at the start. Or here, pulse jump. Yep, it's all the way back at the start. It's fine. Alright, this boss should basically melt. What route is best for Act 8? What do you mean? I mean, we'll get to Act 8, so I'll sort of explain my thought process. I want to change it like this. This is more comfortable for me to click. Big crafting recipe, some fire damage, rank 2. So you definitely want to grab all the recipes in these acts because they're going to help you craft your bow later on. And this should be the last one. Yeah, once you have that, you can log out. Talk to our boy, we get another passive skill. I love this act, you get so many passive skills. It's so, so nice. We talk to Yi, no? Boom. More penetration. Bigger. It's about time we change our mana flask, I'd say. I don't think there's a real, like, tip that I can give for this zone. I always just end up running straight until I can't. Sounds kind of dumb, but it works every time, man. Just run straight. If you can't run straight, then turn. You know what I mean? And then eventually you just find the door. Like this zone is literally that simple. Just run straight until you can't. Just pick a direction. Here, that's where you gotta use Blink Arrow as well. If I didn't have Blink Arrow there, I wouldn't be able to go. Yeah, anytime you see those bridges, you always want to cross them as well. That's another tip for this zone, maybe. So if you see the bridge, cross the bridge. One off Flame Dash instead of... Because it puts Frostblink on cooldown, and Frostblink feels better. Yeah, so that's why, like, because Blink Arrow and like Flame Dash or Blink Arrow and Frostblink, you could use Flame Dash instead of Frostblink. That's 100% viable if you wanted to. Now watch this, chat. Are you ready? Look at this damage. What the hell? Like, what the hell? Can I usually stay to see if she like drops anything cool? Because here is the moment where you can drop Thicket Bows. It begins. Boom. Okay, this one sucks. Portland green, and it's a good base, so I want to grab it. I'll probably smash an essence on it, and that is absolutely insane. I do want a red on it though. One red, please. I can't really use it yet. I could go, Nah, I do want to keep elemental damage with attacks. Another ticketed bow. Oh my goodness, I'm fucking dying. Oh my god, you're so lucky. You always get lucky with bows. Every bow is like good. Oh, you're so lucky. All your bows are so good. It's just luck.
Hello. Hi.
2-1-T6. You're so lucky. Nice corrupted haste. Yeah, I tried to get a Val haste. I dropped the Val orb, so I just chucked the Val haste. Yeah, this is when I go to do my lab. Usually you can do it a bit earlier, as I said, but I like doing my lab there. It feels like a nice checkpoint. And I don't really need the damage before that, right? So I get to Act 8, and then I have a nice checkpoint for it's time for lab. What is this? What is going on? Hello? I need a better life flask. What do you think it's needed to go TS? You don't need anything. I wouldn't go TS before like Merciless Lab again because of the additional projectiles, but yeah, you don't need anything. TS is just good, man. It just works. I can't really tell what to shoot because I don't have I have faster attacks. I don't know whether I want to keep faster attacks or whether I want to have focus ballista. I think both of them are really good. Focus ballista is more damage in PoB though. But the thing about faster attacks is that like I can drop a ballista onto the floor and run away. So like if there's a monster behind me like this, I can drop a ballista and run away and it will shoot that monster. Whereas if I have focus ballista, I don't. So I think focus ballista is like better later on. But at this stage, it's probably still better to keep faster attacks. But I think you can't go wrong with either of them. Here I'm sort of in pain because I really don't like lab. This is my least favorite part of the game. With Giga placement speed? Well, Focus Ballista gives Giga placement speed. Like, you know, you don't have any other way to invest into placement speed, so... I don't know. I never have like lab compass or like, you know, like I never look at like the lab layouts, but I just always go top right. And if it's not top right, then it's top left. That's my tip for lab. But I feel like 70 or 80% of the time it's top right. That is actually my tip for lab. Go top right. If it's not top right, then it's top left. I know that sounds silly, but it's like literally like true. He's already phased, but we just have to wait for these things to pop up. That's why sometimes he's not like phasing, is because these things are still coming up. And so like he can't phase until it finishes that animation. Which honestly is like, I mean like, GGG could like patch that, but you know. God forbid they make lab any better, right? After like a decade of it being out. Oh, patch it and ruthless. Oh, see, that aura is something you should be extremely scared about. If you see that aura, you step back. That aura right there means substantial physical damage. And physical damage is the only thing that can basically one-shot you this early. What aura? It's just monsters deal increased physical damage. It's like a orange brownish lines that go in a circle. It looks like precision on your character, except it's brown instead of green on the monster. There's nothing I want to grab. Fire damage if you've killed recently, beautiful. And here we go far shot. Far shot is insane damage. Garbage. Hands are a bit sweaty. Oy, oy, oy. LA swap? LA swap is in Act 10. I get the 2 additional projectiles, not now. Grab that thicket bow. Because it's a 4 socket, 3 link. So it should be kind of easy to link it. I'm gonna chuck these on it. 4. 1 alk. And it sucks. Maybe worth using a chaos orb? No good. So we still have 4 alchemy orbs. So we could just, you know, keep doing that until we find a good ticket bow. If we don't, it's not the end of the world. But we do have kind of like a small window where we can actually loot ticket bows off the floor until they become like outside of the level range of the zone. But it's between now and Act 9. What the hell? That's so heavy belt. That's so good. Ticket bow? Hmm. Another ticket bow. I have no wisdoms.
I'm not up to that just yet.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna vendor for transmutes. And I just basically drop them on the floor and restack them. Well done. Sanctified life flask. Okay, I need I'm in trouble here, boys. Look at my inventory. Are you ready for this? Wait, hang on, hang on. Watch this, chat. Look. Look at this damage. What the hell? And actually, see, my starting boss is really bad league start. It's really, really bad. One red, one blue. Shit. Oh man. I don't want to drop stuff. Don't make me do it. I feel like a hoarder. I want to ID all the heavy belts. This zone is kind of like a bit weird, but I generally just follow like one wall until there's like a little bridge like that. Yeah, like this bridge. Then you get the Anchor of Eternity there. Oral Amulet. I don't want it. You get the Anchor of Eternity, and you just keep following the right wall. Because that's where you find the optional quest. Keep following the right wall. Hoarding Highborn Bow actually is a good base too, so I'm gonna grab it. And Alkit. That is not good, unfortunately. I'm gonna keep chroming my body armor until I get the correct colors on it. I have like a little bit of time here because there's like a weird little animation going on. I need one red. Beautiful. And now I've gained 4 inventory slots. The good time as well to do like a little bit of inventory management. I'm gonna vendor these and 5 of these, so I have like a bunch of wisdom scrolls. Dropping 2 wisdoms. Unfortunately, it's not very good. Alright, now we just follow the... Now we just follow the opposite wall to the exit. Is it 4 strength, 4 stam leather belt? It's over there. I'm like dumb. I'm using SSF bow, yeah. Boom. Some life and some evasion. We take those. How does Farshot work with artillery ballista? Basically just like wherever the source of the ballista is, it calculates distance from the ballista to the target it's hitting, not the player. It's basically it draws a ruler between the ballista and the target in like units. This zone is like pretty easy, but it's kind of hard to see exactly where you need to go. So first of all, like the skill point is always here at this book. But the exit, you need to look at like dead bodies in front of these doors. So if there's no dead bodies in front of the doors, it's not the right way. You see how there's a dead body here? Right there? That's the way forward. And yeah, it's so like you keep doing that, but the exit is always gonna be kind of like top right direction. So you can always like lean more towards going to the top right. But it's just kind of like a little bit of a maze on how to get to the exit, depending on which room has the bodies in front of it. Alright, sounds good, Zwadi. Now I can start actually investing into projectiles, because at some point I will go for, you know, I will respec into it. Actually, before I do that, I wanted to take the flask nodes, because the flask nodes are going to give me more flask charges as I level up, so kind of made a mistake taking those bow nodes I just took, but it's okay because they give damage and accuracy, so it's not a big deal. It's probably the easiest zone in pathofexile. You just go straight line and you're chilling. By flask nodes, I mean the ones down here, because there's a mastery that says you gain 100% flask charges, 100% increased flask charges for monsters that are inflicted by elemental ailments. And since we take the left side here points, which give you a chance to inflict elemental ailments, and that means that everything is going to be inflicted by like shock and chills and that kind of stuff. So it's basically guaranteed increased flask charges, so you can spam them as you're leveling. It's really nice. Remember to take the waypoint here. If you don't take it, you're screwed, because you're going to have to backtrack here at some point. You take the waypoint and then you go north. Don't go west, go north. West is the way forward, but north is the orb, which you need to get into the Temple of Solaris. Yeah, don't go that way. Otherwise, I can't really like answer like specific questions, mostly because I'm focusing on trying to like commentate my playthrough and also try to play the game, which I'm not very good at like speedrunning or doing these things properly or well, like Tai is. I always like reference Tai because Tai is just too good, right? But yeah. So I have to use like 99% of brain power to do this. But that's why I have my mods, right? My mods can answer questions, right, Donkey? You got this sun orb. We'll take whatever there. It doesn't really matter all that much. Here, I do need to get some wisdom scrolls, so we'll ID everything, and hopefully you got a good belt. Life, some resistance. That one's like not bad. $89 life, some res. And I can craft a suffix on it, so yeah, I like that. 2,000, and I still have nice, and also one skill point from my guy over here. And I just go to my hideout and I craft lightning res. It's worth using an alch on that. It's a good belt. We have to see the numbers on the Vengeance Cascade gem to really know whether it's worth using it or not. I'll really tell you. What's our RF questions? I know nothing about RF, so no. So yeah, we grab the flash duration nodes and then we're good to go. I kind of have to like, at sometime this league, learn an RF build because we kind of need an RF build guide on max roll. Since people really like that build and nobody on the team kind of wants to write it because they're saying like, oh, but Pox's guide exists, so why would we write one? But I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like it's worth having on max roll regardless. Unicorn, thank you for the A, dude. I love you, bro. Thank you for subbing for 20 months. That's really nice. Hey, Pox. I mean, it's a pathofexile build. Pox doesn't own it, right? I could just like learn the build and write it myself. You guys are like straight bugging. Hello? Yo, I'm Xerix. Thank you for the sub as well. I appreciate it. But it's very difficult. You need regen and fire res. True. Alright, so unfortunately we got the exit here before the trial. You always have to go for the trial before going for the exit there. Like, you do want to go grab your extra skill point. But you need to do the trial first because you're never coming back to this zone ever again. Pox is like the OGs of OGs, man. Pox has been playing pathofexile since before I even knew pathofexile existed. When I think of OGs, I think of like... yeah, like Pox is first people that come to mind for me. E-top? E-top doesn't play anymore, so doesn't really count. At this point, I probably played more than E-top. maybe he plays off stream. I don't know. Yeah, Pox is like primeval, dude. He's a primeval pathofexile player. He was most certainly not a one-trick RF player. It's more of a recent thing. What's E-top? E-top these nuts. That's what that is. I'm gonna play SSF. I want to try Bone Shatter, and I found Vixen in Act 5 and re-rolled. I mean, that's SSF. Let Jesus take the wheel. Take that. I want to make sure we vendor here. Beautiful man. We're almost in Blood Aqua. Okay, so here you take the flask mastery that I was talking about. The enemies grant 100% increased flask charges. Now you'll notice that like when I kill a pack, I'm just instantly full in charges. And for me, I'm a serial flask spammer. Because I got too used to having instilling orbs on my flasks. So having that is like broken because it just basically increases the uptime on my flasks by like 60%. It's really, really, really good.
My mana is gone.
That is a Chaos Orb or Chrome. Now we can resume going for the bow nodes. So we go attack speed, also because I want to grab the increases and reductions to projectile speed, also apply to bow damage, which is a really good mastery. Oh, okay, this guy's like actually, like, he's Exodia. Someone fucking collected all the cards just to put that rare inside of my Lunar's temple. What the hell? How will the Vengeance Cascade nerfs affect us going into the league? We would just anoint something else. It's not like Vengeance Cascade was anything but just more damage, right? Like, it's great, but you know, there's nothing you can do. It's still yet to. It's like I'm not really exactly sure whether we're gonna be using the return projectile gem, but I think the return projectile gem on things like Ice Shot are gonna be pretty good. On Lightning Arrow though, like you already have so much clear that I don't think it matters that much. We'll have to see though. Still up for debate whether it's actually good. Kind of like shat my pants there a little bit because I thought the magma balls were gonna explode on top of me. God damn. Always worth eating up an artisan's box if you find one.
I'm not off yet.
Hello. Okay, we have found the flashlights. Oh well, the lanterns, I mean. And our boy just gets deleted. Feels good, man. We can log out there, we get the recipe, and now we just go to Act 9. We are done with this act, boys. That's it. It is that easy, dude. Any reason why people like strong builds and play this game for a living are choosing LA over... What's IS? Ice Shot. Oh. Well, yeah. Lightning Arrow is just stronger. It's just a better skill gem. It has like better mechanics. It clears 2 packs much easier, like much more better. I mean, if this damage isn't identical, I don't know what is. Much better clear. I mean, it's hard to say it in like other words. It's just better. I can sort of explain it by like drawing a paint, but imagine like every time a lightning arrow hits a monster, it has a circle around it, right? And if there's any monster within that circle, it hits it. And it does that to up to 3 monsters nearby. And that means that the more arrows you have, the adjacent arrows to the arrow that just hit that monster is also going to hit the other monster. Which is what people call shotgunning, right? Ice Shot only has that for monsters behind your target. So it doesn't shotgun as well as Lightning Arrow does. Yeah, it's essentially like splash damage. Exactly. So each arrow has splash damage for 3 adjacent targets. Whereas Ice Shot does that, but as a cone behind the target. So mechanically, Lightning Arrow is just better. Because imagine there's like a rare in between a pack, and then like 4 arrows hit. Those 4 arrows are gonna splash damage onto your big target. So like basically one-shotting rares within packs. That is why it's good. Am I forgetting something obvious? On my skill tree. In this one, you basically could just follow the right side and you're at the exit. And you always follow the wall. You go down the supply hoist. Charisma. I think my Spotify is going in a loop. Why is it doing that? The game is zoomed out more because I have a 21:9 resolution monitor. I guess Spotify does a really bad job at autoplaying these days. You tell it to like start playing a song and then it just loops, man. I don't know. It's like, what are you doing, brother? Yeah, if you like Ice Shot better, if you think it's more fun, play Ice Shot. If we're just talking about raw power, then yeah. No, I mean, TS is really good in Act 10 as well. Like, I really like TS 2. The Lightning Arrow is just better again. Like, Lightning Arrow just wins the mechanics. The mechanics war. Like saying like, why is lightning strike better than other strike skills? Because it's not because the damage numbers are better, just because mechanically it's better. Like for heavy strike to be better than lightning strike, it has to be considerably stronger in terms of damage output. Alright, so yeah, I got the Stormblade in the previous zone. And then I put a portal in front of the Sandstorm so that I can go to Highgate. I can give this the blade to these two. They're also going to give me a quiver, so I grab the quiver. And I talk to Sin, and then I talk to them again. I don't know if there's like a faster way to do this, but yeah, you gotta like flip-flop talking between them. Then you check your quiver, it's trash, you sell it. Then you take your portal because you got the Bottled Storm now and you can go straight to the Oasis. And there's two layouts in the Oasis to know like where to go in this layout. You just always go like top. And if there's like if you find like a door here close by, you instantly want to go south. But since there's no door, you just want to go north in this layout. So then the exit is going to be here. But if there was a door like way earlier in the layout, then that means that you need to turn south because you're in the separate layout or the second layout.
My mana is gone.
Holy moly, what the heck? Or you can kill Ubers with default attack on bows. If you like, I like skill gems for bows are just a carrier of a mechanic. That's how attack skills work. They just turn your default attack into like something that's mechanically different. I mean, I basically killed Ubers with default attack. With blink, I killed it with blink arrow. On a, what was the budget again? It was like 10 div budget or something, I don't remember. It was 10 divine budget Ubers. I did blink arrow. Nice. We got our skill point, and now we move on. Zam. The next is to go for... There's a lot of portaling out and in this zone. It's kind of annoying. I like this zone the least out of everything in the campaign. So yeah, we have to go now to kill this guy. That is kind of the reason why I take the path that I do. It's like trying to minimize the amount of like ports to town. This guy just gets one shot. We log out there. I always pick up as many items as I can whenever I kill a boss, because you're always like next to the vendors, right? And you can just slam everything in there. Or just like some free currency. Okay, now exit here is always top left. And then once we're in the next zone, you want to look for... what you want to look for is you want to look for the lab trial. It's really important you don't miss this lab trial, because you don't want to be like backtracking this zone. It's either on the left or the right, it kind of depends, but... depends where you see it open up. You see how it opens up on the right? And you see the book? You want to go grab that waypoint. The lab trial, I mean, sorry. I'd say blue packs are almost always worth killing. Especially at this point, they give so much XP. Do I listen? I'm not sure, but I listen to like anything that sounds good. To my ears. I don't like discriminate on genre or anything like that. So the way that I do this layout is I grab the waypoint. Really important, you grab the waypoint and then you go right. And if you find the feather lady here on the right, like this, that means that the next zone is going to be up here to the right. But if you find the next zone here on the right, that means the feather lady is going to be on the left. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is the best layout that you could get in this area. Yeah, what's up, name? Hello. Rain of Arrows is really good. But if I had the additional projectiles, like Lightning Arrow would be just as good. Oh. Bigger. Broadhead is a really nice, but that quiver is dog shit, so. The ring is actually so much damage, by the way. It's 40% increased damage against shocked enemies, and I basically shock everything. But as I said, top right, there's gonna be the next zone, the refinery. The bow, at this point the bow is not so good. Which, I'm actually gonna use that ring. I didn't actually manage to get a good ticket bow. But yeah, this bow is actually kind of bad for this point. Because it has physical damage. Which is not good for your Rain of Arrows. Because I'm not converting on Rain of Arrows, but I am converting on Artillery Ballista. It's kind of scary, like, hovering over your logout if you have a full inventory. Here we give her the feather, and she gives us a skill point. Here you just delete that. Clear up some stuff. This point in the game is when your inventory starts to get, like, really full. So I'm just gonna, like, dump stuff in here. Because we don't need any of that whatsoever. And now we're basically done with this act. We just have to run Belly of the Beast. And then we do Act 10. Explain my second aura. I like doing Grace, but people do Anger if they want more damage. But I never really feel like I'm lacking damage, so I usually go Grace. I prefer Grace over Anger. It's just super quality of life for mapping. It's really hard for me to explain this layout, also because I never actually do this layout by reading it. I just kind of try to... I don't know. It's like... I don't know how to explain this layout, I'm like actually sorry. It's a pain in the ass, but you kind of get a feeling for it a little bit. If you run it like a ton of times. Just try to find the way out, you know? Just do that. And then you're out. It doesn't really matter, like, you don't need to read layouts at this point in the game. Because you run really fast. The reason I have not switched to LA yet is because I'm waiting to get Endless Munition, which is my Merc lab, which I do before Kitava. You basically like face tanker if you have a decent life flask here, so it's not a big deal. Imperial bow, be good? Not good. Man, it's so warm here. I'm dying of heat. Oh, you know what I really want? I want the bow mastery that gives me increased projectile damage per projectile speed. I forgot about that one. So this guy should die here. Ooh, I should have taken that highborn bow. That was a mistake. There's no like backtracking here. There's no way I can go back there and pick it up. Here, I want to take... I hate how that looks like that. Increases and reductions projectile. Yeah. Check again that your accuracy is lower than your max life, which for me it's 3000, so I'm pretty good until like way later. Holy moly. Even with a bow I found like way long time ago, I'm still owning. So I have a program that is called X mouse button control that I recommend for basically any Path of Exile player. Because what you can do with X mouse button control is you can bind your mouse's scroll wheel to left click. And what that allows me to do is that allows me to like spam left click like very fast. So as you saw like how I leveled up my gems there, I just went like brrrr. That is me just scrolling down, and you can bind it to scroll down and scroll up, so you can super quickly do that. And it's really nice also for like trading and like stashing stuff. I really recommend it to anybody that actually cares about you know, saving their hands from a million clicks. Because we all know if you're a Path of Exile player, you're probably like your cause of death when you're older is probably going to be death by 1,000 clicks. This bow is actually really good. I'm gonna go to my house and I'm gonna craft flat damage on that. Lightning damage, 2 alchemies, boom. We go sniper's mark, this and that. Now I don't have to level. I don't have to look for bows anymore. I'm good. Tooltip preference? I'm not sure, but it's triple LE as opposed to having fizz from before. But yeah, tooltip preference right now I'm at 8k unbuffed. So here you just kill Plague Wind and you just leave. You don't have to talk to anyone if you want to wait for anybody. You just get the hell out of there. This is the best act because you're almost done with the game and it feels really good, right? Like you're just happy by this point of the campaign. You're about to hit maps, so... Divine Life Flask, you know, we take that. I always just kind of hang around on the top side of the layout, and you just take these little bridges and it takes you all the way down. Now there's like a huge way to save time in the next zone. So pay attention, chat. But yeah, you're gonna be saving like really a lot of time here if you do this. You drop a portal here, it's really important. And then you take a long diagonal all the way down here until you get to the second bridge, which is this one. This is the second bridge. And then, as soon as you hit this waypoint, you go back to town. You take your waypoint. And that way, that means that now you can go all the way to get to your skill point and you never have to backtrack this zone ever again. Hit him with the Curse of Ra. You sound like a chieftain main to me, bro. I mean, Bone Zone is actually insane. Bone Zone is cracked. If you think Bone Zone is bad, you're bad. Always good advice. Hated the sack? Yeah, it does save like a lot of time. Like it really does. You don't have to backtrack ever like this anymore. Hate this boss. Just play bows and then she just gets one shot. What can I level with except Poison Conch? There's nothing you can level with except Poison Conch, man. Nothing that's like as good as Poison Conch. You need to do the Reliquary in Act 5. You need to do it here as well because it's your lab trial. Here you can log out since we got the waypoint right. No, Raider's not better. It's not even close. Here I always like to take a phasing flask. And then we go to the Ravage Square. Oh yeah, I was saying that and then I forgot what I'm doing. But yeah, here we need to do the Oswary. Because we need to grab our lab trial. Also there's like a super handy like quest that you can grab on the way that basically just gives you one passive skill point. Gloves we can just like alch them, see if we get anything good. Some life, some dex. Mine are better, just drop them. Right here, and we take the crafting recipe as well as right here, this elixir. And that's what's gonna give us our regret point. Which free regrets already are always like welcome, right? So we take that. My life flask sucks ass. I'm gonna chuck one of those on it. A lot of logging out, but we log out here for the one last time. We give Whalem the thing, and it gives us our regret orbs. Now we want to go do lab. And this is the last lab, Merc lab. And it's the last lab until I can swap to lightning arrow, basically. I'm level 62, so I got so much XP on the way without having to farm blood aqueducts. My resistances are like pretty decent. Like everything's pretty okay. Yeah, my resistances are like capped aside for being like 4 off of fire res cap. It's not a big deal because I have some free suffixes here and there to just fix that. As long as you're near cap already, post Kitava, you basically just have to like do a couple crafts, and then at worst you do a couple maps, and then you're basically capped again. Pick up whatever item bases you find, and like yeah, throw a bunch of crafts, and you have resistance cap. Looks like I went the wrong way here. This is the bad part about not having PoE lab open, is that you just don't know where you're going. I did lose like maybe 30 seconds here. It's not a big deal though. isn't really ethical. The bow is like not that good. Like the bow is fine. People keep saying that, but we found like 3 bows like this.
The weary traveler draws close to
Double resistances is a massive craft. So I buy Maven and Uber Elder. The reason why I buy Maven and Uber Elder is not because the builds I play can't do it, but because the price of them is being gatekept by people who carry. So accessing the invitation costs like 4 times more than it would do if people weren't buying them to carry other people. Does that make sense? If I was an SSF, I would play my own, but in Trade League, it's just disgusting. And I think that's part of the reason why that's problematic is because GGG has like a hard-on for tying like progression to like boss kills. And then, so like you get like the symptom of that is that in softcore trade, you get this degenerate market of people doing TFT carries that completely shit over the price of like boss invitations and stuff. So yeah, the raid costs like 3 or 4 divines on leaguestarter, some shit. Maybe not that much, but like it just costs way too much. And if you want to like buy it, you should be ready to like carry other people, right? So it's easier to just get a carry for 50 chaos and cheaper than to buy a writ for like 2 divines and run it yourself. And what the hell? Okay, that's what the hell just happened. No. That's so unfortunate. I haven't died in Merc Lab since like an eternity. But how did it just one-shot me like that? What the fuck happened? That's I'll cop that up to technical difficulties. We got Arch Nemesis. Karma because I talked bad about TFT. True, actually. Holy moly, that's dopamine right there. Did you see that? Holy shit! What the hell? So don't do like me, don't walk into a dark room where you can't see the monsters, because who knows what GG has in store for you. It could be a Chaos Weaver and you wouldn't even know, dude. I love me some Chaos Weavers. Okay, I'm being debated again. I mean, the thing is, like, I have to die in lab because that way I make you guys look good, right? You feel good about yourself. You're like, haha, that noob. Not even I die in lab. You know? But yeah, always remember to have your Rislatha Pantheon. Rislatha Pantheon is like a godsend. For like labs and just for everything in general. Like those extra flash charges that you get on your life flask is just absolutely OP. Reminds you of Crab Rave.
Comes to strike. Emperor strikes without hesitation. Must be shared to entertain.
There we go. He's already down.
You were born for this. The sovereign age leaves but a husk for its descendants.
What do you use until Rain of Arrows? I use Galvanic Arrow. But you can use Caustic Arrow as well. It's up to you. I prefer Galvanic Arrow though. Nice. I hate it. Thank you. Get me out, boys. Get me out. There we go. We made it.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must navigate
We made it. Zam. Oh, an ticket bow. That could be huge. War banner, mana regeneration. It's not very good. So here we get endless munition. We log out. Then we go Act 1. This is one where we want to go to...
Greetings. For freedom.
I don't know why I'm holding that scepter in my inventory. We grab Lightning Arrow.
Yes? God hasn't abandoned us.
That's the wrong one. Right there. Lightning Arrow, Mirage Archer support, faster attacks, added cold. Beautiful. Now we are we're playing the final build. Basically. We have the additional projectiles, so we're just gaming at this point. I just have to grab the Pierce for it to actually be good. But until then, yeah, it's gonna be like a little scuffed. But 2 skill points and I got Pierce. So by the time I finished Act 10, we're gonna have Pierce. I kind of should have grabbed it before, like I should have grabbed it over something else. But I sort of forgot. Yeah, you can level from Lightning Arrow wherever you want. It's a little bit slower than Rain of Arrows, but it's really good. If you're a Lightning Arrow purist, then by all means play it. Kind of a pain on bosses? Nah, you have Artillery Ballista. Fire Learnings are great, yeah. Oh no, what the... What the fuck? He's like reflecting my ailments back onto me. That's a fun mechanic. A blue pack that reflects ailments. Come. Yeah, I decided not to use the Focus Ballista gem. Why am I reflecting ailments back onto myself so much? What is going on? Look, every pack does that to me. What the fuck? What's going on? What is happening? I've never seen this before. Am I bugged? I've genuinely never seen this before. Omega damage. I have to go back to town. I gotta talk to the Banone. Have I like fucked something up? I'm confused actually.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
I don't know why I grabbed the armor evasion chest. Okay, I'm no longer freezing myself. So it was like, I got like a seed where blue monsters reflected ailments. It's so toxic. How come every blue pack in that zone was reflecting ailments? I have never seen that before. That's gotta be a bug. It's the PK, it's so weird. It's actually so weird. There's like no way you can expect people to be ailment immune by that point in the game. It's like, that's getting out of hand. It's literally a bad seed. I genuinely didn't know that was a thing. It's the first time I've encountered that. Impending Doom looking really good. I made a really nice Impending Doom POB. If I didn't die in lab, I think this would be like a 3 hour 50-minute run, like about there, which I think is pretty good. But I died in labs. I died in lab like a scrub. Oh, it's kind of unfortunate. And I'm ending at level 65, which is really amazing. Yeah, look how fast Kitawa dies, by the way. This fight is like actually a joke with artillery ballista. I've used all my mana charges. Don't know why I felt like it. Don't ask me why. We're just gonna sit here and just shoot him with auto attacks and still win. That's nice. As long as I have enough mana to put down my artillery ballista, we're just chilling. It was insane? No, it's like average, I'd say. It is a 500 EDPS bow. I found like 600 in the axe before, and we had like 450 before that. But yeah, it is a pretty good bow, it's decent. I'd say on the scale, it's like top 70% of like runs. So top 30% of runs you'll have a bow this good. There we go. And that's when you get the splaff, that's when you pause. 3 hour 55 minute, 13 second, Act 10 Kitawa. With all passive skills. picked up everything. We just talked to our girl. We set sail to Arias. Another little tip. You definitely want to wake up and go hit this recipe. This recipe is really good. Because this is your flask recipe, but then you can log out here. And then you're just here, so you don't have to walk. And then you get your 2 points, and this would be your pierce. But ideally you would prioritize something else and then get pierce before, because the last 2 zones of them are not gonna be like as good. And then deaths, I had 4 deaths, 1 of which was in lab, and 3 of which were in like Act 1 or 2. I told you guys like Act 1 or 2 are like really bad. And then after that it gets like okay. But yeah, that's 3 hours, 55 minutes, 13 seconds. I'm gonna end the run here, but tomorrow we are gonna continue this run, and we're gonna go all the way until Syrian Exarch and Eater of Worlds. So if you want to watch that, I'll be online tomorrow for that. But for today, that's pretty much it. I'm gonna just hover over all my gear as well so you guys can see. My bow's pretty good. It doesn't have attack speed, but it's pretty damn good. I found this later on, which is like okay, has some lightning damage, but most importantly, increased damage with hits against shocked enemies. My gloves are average. Life double res. My body armor is a bit of life evasion and res. Honestly, my helmet is really nice. I could craft life on this. It's got double res suppress. My amulet is kind of garbage, but I can craft life. All res, dexterity, a little bit of damage. Belt is fucking good. Really good for the axe. Life, resistance. Boots are just like life, movement speed, res. They're pretty good too. Quiver is accuracy, a little bit of res and life, with implicit of damage as well. The flasks are basically nothing. And this is the tree. At the very end of Act 10. So yeah, my tree is always gonna look exactly like this at the end of Act 10. Whether I need the strength here depends. In this case, I guess I didn't, but yeah, at some point I did, so I spec'd into it. And then what I will go from here is I will come here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then insta-leech, so 5 points for insta-leech. 6, 7 for the life, and then after that I will go for charisma, because then once I have charisma, I can go grace plus haste, or grace plus anger, depending on if you need the damage or anything like that. And then my gems will slowly pivot towards, instead of using Mirage Archer, instead of using faster attacks, I will use Trinity. And added cold, you can swap for Immolate. It's a little bit more damage. But yeah. Trinity or elemental damage with attack skills. Instead of added cold. But added cold you want to replace once you get like a little bit more damage on your bow. And artillery ballista is basically gonna be just artillery ballista, focus ballista, added cold damage support, elemental damage with attacks. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And then you stay. You're gonna be remaining as precise technique all the way up until like level 90 or some shit. Masteries are accuracy rating per green socket. This is important to grab early. Hits have 25% chance to deal to treat enemy monster resistance is inverted. This is insane for bosses. 50 life. You can also grab the 15% if you didn't have life on your chest. Then you have increases and reductions to projectile speed apply with bows. Here you have 500 flat accuracy and -2 accuracy per level. And that's it. Those are the masteries that I'm using. I want to travel 2 points for point blank because I'm a far shot character. You could go for point blank earlier on, but point blank gives you like less damage to enemies that are further away from you. So your clear gets worse, but your single target gets better. But I never feel like I'm lacking damage in these runs. I never feel like I'm lacking damage in these runs. And the Flask Mastery is enemies you kill that are affected by elemental ailments grant 100% increased flask charges. This is really good because it means that you can spam flasks. And at this point my resistances are kind of bad. And there's very little room on my gear to craft. But this is where you would run like 3 maps and then you're like capped again, right? So yeah, you would just run a couple maps. Like T1 maps are not like scary at all. So yeah, you just run a few maps and then you're capped again. Or you could just go buy some bases in town and throw some alchemy orbs at them or whatever. Whatever you want to do, it's up to you. Keep your chance orbs because you're gonna need them to buy maps later. And your fusings and your jewelers as well, you'll trade those in to buy maps. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Bismuth angle? No, I mean like honestly, like for T1 maps, it's fine to not be capped. But it always takes like just a couple of maps for you to be capped again. It's super easy to cap. I've never had troubles capping in a few maps. Can you explain why I don't use banner while leveling? Strength requirement and also additional gem socket requirement. You can use it if you want to. It's a little bit of extra damage when you pop it down for adrenaline, but yeah, it's whatever. I don't really give a shit about it personally. And like having a little bit more free mana is probably like a little bit smoother. Yeah, so the Atlas is just standard Atlas progression. Hit the maps in 3 hours? Well, it's 4 hours, but yeah. Yeah, that's the Act 1 to 10 run. If you guys have any more questions about the run itself, let me know. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That is the run, dude. Pog. I hope I was, it was informative and stuff. It's really hard for me to commentate over like what's going on screen while running these runs because I myself am like trying to learn and get better. What the hell? It's really good. That's a really good one. Alright, chat. I gotta go. Thanks for watching, boys.